Chapter 194. Mu Jing sighed softly and said, "How can the upper echelons not be worried when the country is in danger?" Nian Bing, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Nian Bing said, "Princess, are you blaming me for not agreeing to join the Longmu Empire in attacking the Hua-Rong Empire?" Mu Jing glanced at Nian Bing and said, "This is a decision that you made on behalf of the Ice Moon Empire. However, I hope that you can consider it carefully. I can't say that it's strange or not. I just hope that you can look at the long term. Of course, if you didn't come here for the sake of the Ice Moon Empire, then it's useless for me to say anything more." Nian Bing smiled and said, "If I didn't come here for the sake of the Ice Moon Empire, then why would the king of the Ice Moon Empire trust me so much? Perhaps I can't become friends with you, but I think that we can become partners that can make use of each other. Mu Jing, you shouldn't doubt this, right?" Mu Jing said somewhat mockingly, "You're quite frank. Partners that can make use of each other? Would true partners make use of each other? Stop beating around the bush. It's getting late, and you and I are alone in a room. Aren't you afraid that your confidants will be jealous?" Nian Bing said, "They are my confidants, so they will naturally believe me." Mu Jing, why is your Longmu Empire in such a hurry to ally with the Aolan and Ice Moon Empires to wage war against the Huarong Empire? I don't think it's because of the Huarong Empire's sneak attack back then, right? Mu Jing said, "Of course not. My Langmu Empire's territory is vast and abundant in resources. We can still bear the loss of that time. However, you also know that the Huarong Empire destroyed the Qilu Empire. What does this mean? They will definitely not stop with their wild ambitions. Once they regain their senses, their next target will be us or the Ottoman Empire. In this kind of situation, we will lose if we split up, but we will benefit if we cooperate. Only when the Huarong Empire was at its weakest could they possibly win the war. Otherwise, once the Huarong Empire integrated the Qilu Empire's forces, who would be their match? The mainland was bound to become the land of the Huarong Empire. It's not that we want to fight, but that we have no choice. All right, if the princess thinks so, then we have something in common. What the princess is worried about is the future expansion of the Huarong Empire. Then, I would like to ask if our three countries were to join forces and wage war against the Huarong Empire. What are our chances of winning? The Huarong Empire had only paid the smallest price to conquer the Qilu Empire because of their strategy. Although they needed a certain amount of troops to restrain the surrendered soldiers, their main forces didn't suffer too many losses. If you want to defeat the Huarong Empire, you should at least have a way to deal with the blazing demon dragon and the blazing lion. Do you have any? You don't. Although I'm not familiar with the Longmu Empire situation, the Huarong Empire's Earth Dragon is not something you can go against. If we really fight, the most likely outcome is that both sides will suffer losses. The three countries won't be able to gain any benefits and will only suffer losses. Moreover, although the three countries are in an alliance, do you dare say that there is absolute trust between the three countries? Even if both sides suffer losses, the three countries won't have a unified command, and their recovery speed won't be as fast as the Huarong Empire's. In the end, they will still be defeated. Mu Jing coldly snorted and said, "How do you know that I don't have a way to deal with the Order of the Fire Dragon? Indeed, the Huarong Empire's main forces are still there, but with the combined strength of our three countries and the Ice Goddess Priest's God's descent technique, we have some confidence. Don't tell me that the Huarong Empire still has someone who can contend against the God's descent technique?" Nian Bing smiled. His strange gaze made Mu Jing's heart tremble. "Princess, you're not telling the truth. I don't believe that you can't determine that Prince Rong already has the strength of a God's descent master. I think that your confidence comes mainly from your two helpers from the continent of gods." Mu Jing was shocked and looked at Nian Bing in shock. Although she had a strong will, she couldn't hide the panic in her heart when she heard Nian Bing reveal her true strength. Nian Bing smiled indifferently and said, "Princess, you don't need to think too much. When I first saw Zamaluan, I already recognized his origin. But have you ever thought that if the Longmu Empire can find such a helper, wouldn't the Hwarong Empire also be able to find one? A true war is a competition of national strength. The Hwarong Empire's army has been fighting many battles in the past few years, and is far from what the other three empires can compare to. So, what I said about both sides suffering losses is only the best outcome. The more likely outcome is that the Hwarong Empire wins a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, the Longmu Empire will truly have no chance. I don't think that's what the princess wants to see, right? Looking at the current strength of the three empires, your empire and my Ice Moon Empire have the strength to fight. However, the Ottoman Empire has been weak for a long time. Although there have been some changes in the past 2 years, what has increased is only your national strength and not your military strength. Even if we all agree to send troops with you, the final outcome will not be out of my expectations. The princess is a smart person. I think that I don't need to say more. Mu Jing looked deeply at Nianbing and said, "So what if we don't fight? Do you think that the Hwarong Empire will let us go?" "Once they recover their strength. Although your Ice Moon Empire is far away, when our Longmu Empire is destroyed, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape that fate. I want to hear what you think. Looking at you, you seem to be very confident." Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "That's right. After the Hwarong Empire swallowed up the Kilu Empire, their national strength has indeed increased greatly. However, it doesn't mean that our three empires don't have any advantages. In terms of overall size, our three empires are still a bit larger than the Hwarong Empire. This is especially true for your empire, which is the granary of the entire Yangon continent. The three empires are mutually connected. If our Ice Moon Empire and your Longmu Empire help the Ottoman Empire develop, when our three empires become extremely powerful and form a solid alliance, even if the Hwarong Empire becomes a bit stronger, they won't dare to lightly offend us. The situation of the North and South is already unchangeable. What we need now is not war, but development. The precondition for development is peace. Therefore, on behalf of the Ice Moon Empire, I am willing to form an alliance with your empire. However, this peace talk must succeed." Mu Jing took a deep breath and said, "Are you really that confident? Nianbing, why should I believe you? You are clearly a member of the Rong family, so how do I know that you aren't exaggerating?" Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "I've already said that I left the Rong family when I was very young. If even you can see that, how can the current king of the Ice Moon Empire not know? Since he trusts me and allowed me to participate in this peace talk as an emissary of the Ice Moon Empire, don't tell me that you can't trust me? Don't tell me that you would rather believe that Zamulin, who conspired to take your virginity?" Mu Jing suddenly stood up, looking at Nianbing with bewilderment. This handsome young man in front of her made her feel so scared. It was as if he could see through all the secrets in her heart. Mu Jing's heart was beating violently, and her beautiful and charming face blushed a bit. She said with hatred, "Was it Zamulin who told you? Have you known him for a long time?" Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "Do you want to ask me when Zamulin betrayed you? Actually, you shouldn't ask this because you misunderstood. Today is indeed the first time I met Zamulin, and I indeed learned everything from him. Unfortunately, he and I are not friends. Regarding those selfish and despicable gods, no matter how powerful they are, I disdain to associate with them. That teacher Zamulin you rely on has already lost his most precious life. Oh no, it should be a despicable and selfish life. Perhaps his soul has already gone to hell." "What did you say? You killed him?" "No, that's impossible. I don't believe it." Mu Jing looked at Nianbing and said resolutely. She was very clear about what kind of strength Zamulin had. If he didn't have the strength of a god-tier master, how could she agree to exchange her body for his support? She had seen Nianbing's magic before. Although Nianbing could be considered a strong person in the younger generation, she believed that no matter what, Nianbing couldn't be compared to Zamulin, who came from the godly continent. Nianbing sighed and said, Princess, you are too obsessed. Could it be that you would rather believe that Zamulin, who agreed to support you for your virginity, than believe me? That's right, Zamulin is indeed very strong, but I can still kill him. The so-called gods of the godly continent are just people who think they are infallible. Since they are still people, why can't they be killed? Mu Jing's delicate body swayed, and she sat back in her seat. The blood drained from her face, and her voice trembled as she muttered to herself. No, this can't be true. Zamulin is actually dead. How could he die? This time, she came to the Longmu Empire. The reason why she dared to openly rope in the Ottoman Empire and ignore the possible surveillance of the Hwarong Empire was because of Zamulin's existence. She was extremely confident in Zamulin's strength. Although she hated that god in the depths of her heart, she couldn't help but admit that Zamulin had tyrannical strength. In her opinion, even the ice goddess priests might not be Zamulin's match. Even if she encountered any danger in the Hwarong Empire with Zamulin's protection, she would be able to return safely. However, Nianbing told her that Zamulin was killed by him. Mu Jing felt a sense of relief in the depths of her heart. After all, how could she be willing to give her body to someone she hated? However, Zamulin's death also caused her to fall into a crisis. Without the support of that expert, she already didn't know what to do. Whether it was facing Nianbing or the Hwarong Empire, she found that she no longer had the qualifications to speak. Although she wasn't familiar with Nianbing, and even somewhat hated this guy who repeatedly ruined her plans, she knew that Nianbing wasn't someone who would casually fabricate lies. Moreover, if this was something he made up, then it would be too laughable and too easy to expose. Mu Jing's heart was in complete chaos at this moment. She might as well think about how she should face all of this. Zamulin was dead, but his companions were still in the Longmu Empire. If she went back and brought back the news of Zamulin's death, then perhaps the Longmu Empire's imperial palace would have to face the possibility of being assassinated by a god-tier expert at any time. That was a situation she absolutely didn't want to see. Seeing Mu Jing's bewildered expression, Nianbing smiled and said, Princess, are you worried? Actually, you don't have to be like this. I hope you can calm down and carefully think about what I've said. Everything I've done is just to prevent war from happening. I don't have any enmity with the Longmu Empire, so why would I harm you? As long as you are willing, when our three empires form an alliance, the Ice Moon Empire will support the development of the Ottoman Empire together with your Longmu Empire. At that time, our three empires will join forces to resist the Hwarong Empire. If you are worried about the other expert in your Longmu Empire, I can help you solve it. Perhaps you will only believe all of this after you see my true strength. A rainbow light appeared between Nianbing's eyebrows, and in the center of that rainbow light, a speck of golden starlight rose. The pressure from the fusion of the Huangji acupoint and Tianyin acupoint appeared once again. Mu Jing wasn't a priestess of the ice goddess, so Nianbing didn't need to use too much spiritual power to make her realize that she had already lost the ability to resist. The Nianbing in front of her became even more mysterious and powerful. The feeling that she couldn't even speak made Mu Jing's chaotic thoughts gradually straighten out. The light disappeared, and everything in the room returned to normal. Mu Jing gasped for breath. Are you really willing to help me get rid of that person? What is your purpose? What do you want? Nianbing said indifferently, I will definitely keep my word. I don't have any purpose in helping you, and I don't need your Longmu Empire to do anything for me. I don't have any good feelings towards experts. Mu Jing looked at Nianbing, said suspiciously, that can't be right. In my opinion, you have your own purpose in everything you do. As a member of the Rong family, do you think the Rong family will tolerate your contribution to the Ice Moon Empire? Tell me frankly, what do you want from our Longmu Empire? If you are willing, you are welcome to join our Longmu Empire. We can also give you what the Ice Moon Empire gave you. Nianbing couldn't help laughing. Why don't you believe me when I tell you the truth? Don't tell me you want me to be like Zamulin and take your virginity. I'm not that despicable. Mu Jing's pretty face reddened. You have 3 confidants who are even more beautiful than me, so naturally you won't take a fancy to me. Who knows if you are telling the truth or not? Nian Bing smiled indifferently. I have already gotten what I want, and there is nothing in your Longmu Empire that can attract me. The reason why I am willing to help you get rid of that expert is for the sake of the Yangon continent, and also for the sake of our alliance. He couldn't tell Mu Jing that the Ice Moon Empire was under his control. Could it be that she would give him the entire empire? Mu Jing stared blankly for a moment, then said, I need to consider your words. The 4 Nations Conference will be held the day after tomorrow. Before that, I will give you an answer. Nian Bing stood up and said, Then I will take my leave first. Mu Jing, you are a smart girl. In fact, politics is a man's matter. Why do you need to get involved so much? Why not just be a good princess? Looking at Nian Bing's departing figure, Mu Jing couldn't help but reveal a trace of perplexity. That's right. She was just a woman. What good would it do her to get involved in politics? Who was this Nian Bing? If he could kill Zhao Mulin, then wouldn't his strength have reached that level? But he was still so young. For dinner, everyone ate something in the state guest house. Late at night, the dark sky didn't have a trace of light because of the dark clouds. After eating, Halogen returned to his room to continue cultivating. Longling and the other 2 girls ran back to their rooms early, perhaps because of Nian Bing's words about sleeping together. Nian Bing flew to the roof of the state guest house alone, looking at the dark night sky and pondering. After the ice goddess priest left, Nian Bing's mood relaxed a bit. After all, with her around, there would be a lot of trouble. However, before the ice goddess priest left, she looked at her with a strange gaze. What did she want to do? Would she go back and make a move on her parents? No, she wouldn't. If she wanted to do that, she wouldn't have waited until today. Dad, Mom, just you wait. In 100 days, I'll go and welcome you back. Finally, I can let you enjoy the joy of a family reunion. When you see that your son has grown up and has 3 outstanding wives, you'll definitely be very happy. Your suffering will be over. I'll definitely find a happy place and take you to live in seclusion there. I'll let you enjoy the joy of having grandchildren. A gust of wind blew, causing a few more stars to appear in the sky. Looking at the bright stars that were immediately covered by dark clouds, Nian Bing couldn't help but think of everything that had happened to her on the continent of gods. Until now, he still couldn't be sure whether the time he had with Cao was an illusion in his consciousness or whether it actually existed. When he woke up from the lake of life, Cao acted as if nothing had happened and returned to her ice-cold appearance. The 4 true gods were existences that shouldn't belong to this world. When would their next battle begin? As the starlight was blocked by the dark clouds, everything around them returned to darkness. Nian Bing lay on the roof and looked at the dark sky. His heart was very calm, and the Tianyan acupoint and the Huang Ji acupoint in between his eyebrows were operating smoothly. He couldn't see what was contained in that golden energy. The Li Zhong acupoint in his chest had been completely compressed and condensed by the death energy and had been raised to the ultimate realm. Unfortunately, it was also because of that huge amount of death energy that he couldn't use the power of this acupoint. Cao and Tianxiang had told him that if there was a day when he could completely control the death energy and life energy in his body, he would become a true god. In that case, he could also reach the realm of a true god, even if he couldn't compare to the 4 great true gods. The difference wouldn't be too big. Nian Bing had also tried to probe the Li Zhong acupoint during his cultivation. However, the Tianyan acupoint could at least mobilize spiritual energy. It was just that he couldn't use his spiritual energy to attack. However, the Li Zhong acupoint, which was concentrated in the black ball of death, was like a piece of iron. No matter how he tried, he couldn't use his spiritual energy to feel the energy inside. Every time he tried to probe, it would bring him a sense of annoyance. Later, he simply stopped trying and let nature take its course. Perhaps the death energy in the Li Zhong acupoint could only be activated after the other acupoints were opened. Although Mu Jing didn't give him a clear answer today, Nianbing believed that Mu Jing had no other choice now. Cooperating with him was the best way out for the Longmu Empire. After this matter was over, he didn't have to get involved in politics anymore. As long as the continent was stable, even if the fake gods of the godly mainland came looking for trouble, it wouldn't be so easy to succeed. Nianbing believed that the current Yangon continent wasn't any worse than the original Lost Continent. Even if the godly mainland wanted to do something, it wouldn't be easy to succeed. Moreover, what attracted them to the Yangon continent was the heavenly human enjoyment. If they destroyed the human race, then they would only get a slightly better environment in the godly mainland. After thinking through this, Nianbing didn't worry about the Yangon continent anymore. With a faint smile, Nianbing's eyes revealed a faint light. The Four Nations Conference depended on the situation on the day of the negotiation. From the current situation, it was completely under his control. Calculating the time, it shouldn't be long before the Feng people's Phoenix Nirvana ceremony, before the 100-day agreement with the Ice Goddess, and before Miordas summoned the sealed bottle on the day of Extreme Yin. He would have time to go with Feng Nu and the others. In this way, even if the Feng people were in trouble, he might be able to help. Thinking of Feng Nu's excited look, Nianbing felt that his decision was very correct. He turned over and stood up. At this time it was getting late. Most of the people in the capital city had already fallen asleep. Should he go back to sleep too? Nianbing smiled. He already had another idea in his mind. With the help of the breeze, he floated down from the outside of the state guest house. Although the state guest house was heavily guarded, for an expert like him, the guards existed in name only. Without making any sound, Nianbing had already arrived in front of a window. With the control of his mental strength, the wind elements condensed. He quietly opened the plug of the window from the inside. He reached out and sucked. The window was already opened. Nianbing's body floated in like a wisp of smoke and closed the window. The room was even darker than the outside. When Nianbing's feet touched the ground, his heart was alarmed. A dark red light touched his shoulder from behind. Feng Nu's deep voice sounded. "Who's there?" The room that Nianbing sneaked into was the room where Feng Nu and the others were staying. He originally came to steal from them, but he didn't expect Feng Nu's reaction to be so fast. A flame ignited in Feng Nu's other hand. Although it was fighting energy, it also had the effect of illumination. The scorching aura on the parting heavens sword made Nianbing not dare to move. Although he was very confident in his own body, he didn't dare to use his body to fight against this divine weapon. "Dear, are you trying to murder your husband?" Nianbing said awkwardly. "Ah, why is it you?" The scorching aura quickly disappeared. The parting heaven sword had already returned to its scabbard, but the 9 abandonment fighting energy was still burning in his hand. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing in surprise. She didn't know if it was because of the illumination of the flame or because of her shyness, but the Wind Lady's face was flushed red. It was bright and attractive. Nianbing's arrival woke up Bing Yun and Long Ling, who were originally meditating. For a moment, 3 pairs of beautiful eyes focused on him. It was so late, Nianbing sneaked in. What else could it be? The 3 girls immediately fell into a state of shyness. They looked at Nianbing, waiting for his explanation. Nianbing said awkwardly, "I just came to see you guys. I didn't expect you guys to already be asleep." Feng Nu smiled and said, "Your words can only fool ghosts. If you came to see us, why didn't you come through the front door? Sneaking around, you don't have any good intentions." Nianbing raised her hand to pull Feng Nu. "I can't sleep at night, and I don't want to disturb others. Isn't it more convenient to come in from outside?" Feng Nu dodged Nianbing's hand, turned around, and ran to Bing Yun's side. She lifted the blanket and quickly crawled in. Bing Yun let out a cry of surprise. Feng Nu said, He definitely doesn't have any good intentions. Sisters, we can't let him have his way." When she hid, the only light in the room suddenly disappeared. The entire room fell into darkness, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. With Nian Bing's Tian Yen acupoint, he could naturally see everything in the room. However, he didn't want to ruin the current atmosphere. He didn't open the Tian Yen acupoint's ability and sat down on Feng Nu's bed. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Because of what you said, I've become a flower thief by coming to see my wife. I'm innocent. I haven't had a chance to have a good chat with you guys these days, so I came to see you guys." Long Ling chuckled and said, "You can't even fool me with that. During the day, you said you wanted to sleep with us, and at night, you came to sneak up on us. All right, you want to chat with us. Sister Feng Nu also gave the bed to you. You can just sit there and chat with us." As she spoke, she hurriedly pulled the quilt and wrapped her body in it, as if she was afraid that Nian Bing would sneak up on her. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, "Ling, I know you're the most obedient. It's not easy for me to come here, so one of you should let me hug you. This way, I can communicate with you guys better. Pei, who wants to communicate with you? Sister Ling, don't be fooled by him." Feng Nu used the quilt to wrap herself and Bing Yan's delicate body. They all knew that Nian Bing's Tian Yen could see everything, so they hurriedly protected their delicate body that was only wearing pajamas. Nian Bing saw that the three women had no flaws to speak of, and he couldn't use force. He sighed helplessly and laid down on Feng Nu's bed, no longer saying anything. Feeling the surrounding darkness, listening to the three women's somewhat unstable breathing, and smelling the faint fragrance that came from their bodies in the air, his heart couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. Long Ling and the other two naturally didn't really want to resist Nian Bing. It was just that the three of them were together, and no one was too embarrassed to be intimate with Nian Bing. However, in the depths of their hearts, they more or less had some expectations. Hearing that Nian Bing, who was thinking of ways to take advantage of them, suddenly become silent, the three women couldn't help but feel a little strange. Lan Chen probed, "Nian Bing, didn't you want to chat with us? Why aren't you saying anything?" How smart was Nian Bing? He could already hear many things from Lan Chen's probing tone. He pretended to sigh helplessly and said, "To think that I have 3 wives, but none of them let me be intimate with them. How sad. I'm not in the mood to chat. I'm going to sleep. You guys should rest early too." As he spoke, he pulled the quilt over his head. Although his actions were like that, his ears were pricked up, listening to the three women's movements. Through the perception of his spiritual power, Nian Bing found that Lan Qin gently touched Feng Nu and whispered to Feng Nu, "Sister, he's not really angry, is he? He's tired enough for a day. Why don't? Feng Nu giggled and deliberately said in a louder voice, "He's angry over such a small matter? Then he wouldn't be Nian Bing. Sister, don't be fooled by him. We're on the same side. He wants to sleep. Just let him sleep. At most, I'll squeeze with you today." Nian Bing was bitter in his heart. Feng Nu understood him the best. It seemed that it was impossible to take advantage of her tonight. He was about to speak when he realized that Long Ling on the other side had moved. Long Ling quietly lifted her quilt and crawled out of the bed. This room originally had 2 beds, and the gap between them wasn't very big. Now, there were 3 beds, and the left and right sides were within reach. Long Ling quietly reached out her hand to Nian Bing's side. She grabbed his big hand and gently squeezed it, as if she was comforting him, telling him not to be angry. Holding Long Ling's soft and smooth little hand, Nian Bing's heart felt warm. After all, Long Ling's heart was still the softest. Even though he knew that he was pretending, he was still worried. Holding Long Ling's small hand tightly, his other hand gently stroked her forearm. That delicate skin was so comfortable to the touch. Nian Bing's heart couldn't help but gradually heat up. Long Ling's movements were very careful, and the room was very dark, so it didn't attract the attention of Feng Nu and Lan Qin. Although Feng Nu thought that Nian Bing was pretending, after she opened her mouth and saw that Nian Bing still didn't move, she couldn't help but feel uncertain. Ever since Nian Bing died once, both she and Lan Qin valued Nian Bing more than before. It wasn't easy for him to come back, so Feng Nu really didn't want him to have anything unhappy. Moreover, they had already decided that they wouldn't marry anyone else. So what did it matter if they let him be intimate? Thinking about how she had been keeping a distance from Nian Bing and rejecting his various intimate requests, Feng Nu couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. However, she was still a virgin after all, and they were on the bed. She whispered to Lan Qin beside her, "Why don't you accompany him?" Hearing Feng Nu's words, Lan Qin couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The scene from back then once again appeared in front of his eyes. He quickly shook his head and said in a low voice, "Sister, it's better if you go. You're the big sister, so it's your turn." Chapter 195. Feng Nu hesitated for a moment, then softly called out, "Nian Bing, are you asleep?" Nian Bing was eavesdropping on their drizzle while caressing Long Ling's little hand. When he heard Feng Nu's question, he didn't answer and maintained his original appearance. Feng Nu, somewhat helplessly, crawled out from under the blankets. She thought to herself that since the room was dark, even if there was something embarrassing, she wouldn't let her two sisters see. With a bashful and nervous mood, she stood up from the bed and sat on Nian Bing's side of the bed. She lifted the blanket over his head. When Long Ling heard the movement from Feng Nu's side, she immediately pulled her hand back. Her speed was so fast that even Nian Bing was a little surprised. "Hey, stop playing dead." Feng Nu unhappily knocked Nian Bing's head. Nian Bing grabbed her little hand and forcefully pulled Feng Nu into his embrace. He smiled and said, "You're the one who delivered yourself to my doorstep. Let's see how you're going to run." Entering Nian Bing's warm embrace, Feng Nu unhappily said, "What are you running for?" "I knew you didn't have any good intentions." Although she said that, she took the initiative to get closer to Nian Bing. That elastic and delicate body completely melted into Nian Bing's embrace. She even reached out and pulled the blanket over, covering the two of them. Nian Bing didn't really come to find Feng Nu and the others to do anything. He just wanted to ask Feng Nu about the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. He also wanted to get intimate with his 3 wives while he was at it. When he really hugged Feng Nu's delicate body, his heart couldn't help but rapidly speed up. He couldn't help but feel a little dry in his mouth and tongue. He subconsciously hugged Feng Nu's delicate body tighter. At this time, Feng Nu was even more nervous than Nian Bing. She buried her head in Nian Bing's arms. She leaned against his firm chest and refused to raise her head no matter what he said. Nian Bing hugged Feng Nu with one hand and stroked her back with the other, feeling the soft and smooth skin under the thin pajamas. The impulse in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Bing Yun and Long Ling could clearly hear that Nian Bing's breathing was a little hurried, while Feng Nu's breathing was obviously suppressed. The 2 women couldn't help but feel their hearts beat faster. They wrapped themselves in the quilt, as if they were going to sleep, but their ears were pricked up, listening to the movements of Nian Bing and Feng Nu. Among the 3 women, Nian Bing had always loved Feng Nu the most. From the first time he saw Feng Nu's beautiful figure left a deep impression in his heart. In the past, he had also hugged Feng Nu and even had more intimate actions. But like today, in this dark environment between the warm bed and the quilt, it was the first time. This was the intimacy that only husband and wife could have. How could Nian Bing not be excited? Nian Bing hugged Feng Nu's body and moved up. Feng Nu was startled. Under the influence of shyness, she whispered, "No." At this time, her voice had already lost its previous boldness and became soft and weak. However, these 2 simple words made Nian Bing stop in his tracks. Hugging Feng Nu, Nian Bing suppressed the fire of desire in his heart. He scolded himself secretly. Feng Nu was willing to sleep in the same bed with him. How could he push his luck? This was in the state guest house of the Huarong Empire. Lan Chen and Long Ling were next to him. If he really did Feng Nu here, she would not resist. But this was too unfair to her. Not to mention that it would make Long Ling and Bing Yin feel neglected. He was satisfied enough to hold her like this. Thinking of this, Nian Bing whispered, "Feng Nu, I won't do anything out of line. Listen to me, okay?" Feng Nu unhappily snorted and agreed. But in his heart he thought, "You won't do anything out of line. Then why is that hard thing down there jumping up and down?" Although he thought this in his heart, his sister and Long Ling were next to him. How could he say it out loud? Nian Bing hugged Feng Nu tightly and moved his lower body that was originally close to her thigh to the side. He sighed and said, "Among the three of you, I first met Feng Nu, then Linger. Chun Chin was the last. If we were to talk about meeting the earliest, it would be Chun Chin. But at that time we were all too young. I know that now the four of us are actually in an awkward situation. Because of the love in your hearts for me, you all tolerate each other and also tolerate me. You are all so outstanding. To be able to have one of you as my wife is already Nian Bing's greatest blessing in this life. Now that you are all willing to suffer and stay by my side, I really don't know how to repay your love." Hearing Nian Bing's heartfelt words, Long Ling and Lan Chin couldn't help but poke their heads out of the blankets and turn to Nian Bing's direction. None of them made a sound. Just as Nian Bing said, they were all so outstanding. It was impossible to say that they didn't think of the grievances of sharing a husband with the other two women. They all wanted to hear what Nian Bing had to say. Nian Bing said, "Perhaps if I didn't die that way, you wouldn't have made this choice. Ling Er's gentleness has always made her meek and submissive. Her love for me has never changed. For me, who knows how many tears she has shed. Although she feels wronged, she will definitely stay by my side. This I can be sure of. And although Bing Yan's appearance is cold, her heart is very hot. That time, by chance, we had the deed of husband and wife. You can't leave me. Even if you want to leave, I will never allow it. But Feng Nu, I understand that if I didn't die at that time, you would only have one choice in the end, and that is to leave me for your sister. Am I right?" Feng Nu's delicate body in Nian Bing's arms trembled slightly. She didn't say anything, but Nian Bing could feel her body trembling slightly. Nian Bing gently stroked Feng Nu's pink hair and continued, "Yes, I've wronged you. In my heart, I can't let go of any of you. If the Phoenix Maiden had really made that choice, I wouldn't blame you because you wanted to help your younger sister and hoped that Chun Chen would be able to obtain more happiness. However, I know that your love for me will never change. You would rather sacrifice your own happiness to help others. Chun Chen, Ling perhaps you will be unhappy because of my words, but I don't want to lie to you. In my heart, the one I love the most has always been Feng Nu Ling. You have always wanted to ask me why I rejected Xuejing back then. In fact, Xuejing's temper is only one reason. The more important reason is because of Feng Nu. Back then, I rejected you. The same reason, because I found that Feng Nu has long occupied my heart. But later, when you wanted to use that spell to save everyone in the Fire Dragon Cave, I saw your persistence. I also understand that if I can't accept your feelings, then I'm afraid you won't be happy for the rest of your life. Your gentleness moved me. I can't reject you anymore. Today we can finally have a good talk. Feng Nu, Chun Chin, Ling promise me that no matter what happens in the future, the four of us will be together. Never leave, never abandon. Let go of the estrangement in your heart. I will treat all of you equally. You are all women I love. I will never favor one and discriminate against the other. Can you agree to my request?" Silence. In the dark room, only the breathing of the four people could be heard. Nian Bing's emotions surged. He hugged Feng Nu again. He found his clothes were soaked by Feng Nu's tears. After a long time, Lan Chin sighed softly and said, Nianbing, before we answer you, can you answer a question of mine as well? I have always wanted to ask you. If it wasn't because we ate that fruit that made us husband and wife, what would you do? How would you treat me? Can you tell me? Tell me the truth. I want to hear the truth. Nianbing hesitated for a moment and said, Chin Chin, I hate your master. I hate her for taking away my parents. So, when I first saw you, although I was surprised by your beauty, I also hated you. But, as we got along later, I found that you are a kind-hearted girl. But my heart was conflicted. Do you still remember when we went to Ice Moon City together with Kitty? Actually, I had already started to plan for you on the way. I had already thought that after the matter in Ice Moon City was over, I would capture you to a secluded place and ask about the whereabouts of my parents. As we got in touch later, I found that I didn't want to make a move anymore. At that time, I was very surprised. That was the first time I hesitated on the path of revenge, and this hesitation was because of you. But in the end, I still caught you. Compared to the hesitation in my heart, the hatred still prevailed. Chin Chin, do you know when I found out that I had already fallen for you? It was when we had just entered the cave, when I wanted to use violence to force you to tell me the whereabouts of my parents. At that time, looking at your lifeless eyes, my heart was in so much pain. It was also at that time that I regretted. I regretted hurting a girl that I had already fallen in love with. You and Feng Nu cultivate two different kinds of abilities, ice and fire, but you sisters both have similar qualities that attracted me. If we didn't form that union at that time, perhaps I would only bury this feeling deep in my heart. At that time, I knew that you wanted to poison me to death for revenge. But it was also those fruits that made the hesitation in my heart disappear. Do you know? During the time that we lived in the cave, I always wanted to continue. In that secluded place, every day when I came back from hunting and making delicious food for you to taste, my heart was very comfortable. A choked voice came from Lan Chin. The grudge that had always existed in her heart finally disappeared with Nianbing's words. All this time, she had always felt that the reason why Nianbing wanted her was because she had that kind of relationship with him and that he didn't really love her. But Nianbing's affectionate explanation made the doubts in her heart completely disappear. Her heart was completely opened to Nianbing. Her choked voice was so moving. Nianbing's words turned to Long Ling Ling. I know that similar doubts exist in your heart. I also know what you are thinking. You will think that the reason I am with you is out of sympathy. You are wrong. If I didn't really love you and only sympathize with you, the most I would do is to deal with the problem with shoe edging. I would either choose to stay away from you or help you find a good home. When I fell in love with you, it was in the Fire Dragon Cave. When you chanted the first few words of the incantation, I covered my mouth with my hand. Although I know that you did not hesitate to sacrifice yourself to protect everyone's safety, I know that you only did it for me. If a girl who was willing to sacrifice her life for me still couldn't move my heart, then I really have a heart of stone. Your kindness to me, I will always remember it in my heart. Among the three of you, my guilt towards you is the deepest. I'm hurting your heart. When I helped the 7 Dragon Kings defeat the strong enemy in the cold mountain range, the first thing I thought of was to return to Ice Snow City to find you, because I didn't want you to cry for me anymore. Forgive me, Ling. I will do my best to bring you happiness. The sound of sobbing and crying filled the room. Nianbing used different words to express the deepest love in his heart to the 3 girls. He did not hide anything and spoke completely from his heart. He used his own deep feelings to open the hearts of the 3 girls and destroyed the last barrier in their hearts. Although they were crying, Nianbing's heart was unusually comfortable. He still gently stroked Feng Nu's long hair behind her back. He smiled and said, "From today onwards, I will no longer allow you to keep a distance from me. Today it is Feng Nu, tomorrow it is Ling. And the day after tomorrow it is Lan Chin. Every day, one of you must be by my side when night comes. I will not let you go. Perhaps I wasn't able to give you a solemn ceremony, but I gave you my heart. It is not a heart that is divided into 3 parts, but 3 hearts that are the same. Feng Nu raised her hand to grab Nian Bing's chest and wiped her face and nose. She raised her head and looked at Nian Bing's face and said, "You are so bad. Do you want us to cry? Tomorrow morning, our eyes will be swollen. Let's see how you explain it to my mother." Although her voice still had a bit of sobbing, it was indescribably affectionate. Nian Bing smiled and said, "We are all magicians. I can think of at least 10 ways to reduce the swelling. Originally, I did not want to talk to you about this today, but I found that after I came back, although you are happy, you all have something on your mind. If I can't untie your worries, you will never be happy. So I said, what is in my heart? I won't hide anything and will give you my heart. My 3 wives, I don't know if you can accept this fragile heart of mine." He deliberately put on a pitiful look, and there was a bit of banter in his voice. But the 3 women knew that everything he said was not a joke. The Phoenix girl giggled and said, "All right, stop acting. We're good sisters to begin with. Don't think of dividing and controlling us. Humph! If you want one of us to accompany you every day, we will accompany you in your dreams." Nian Bing hurriedly hugged Feng Nu tightly and laughed. "I want to show my husband's authority. This is not up to you. Ling, Chin Chin, what do you think? My method is good, right? Changing one every day, you won't lose out." Lan Chen and Long Ling almost jumped down from the bed at the same time. The 2 of them did the same thing, pulling their beds closer to Feng Nu's bed. Nian Bing noticed their actions and could not help but be stunned for a moment, saying, "What are you doing?" Long Ling and Lan Chen looked at each other. In the dark room, their eyes were so bright. Nian Bing had the heaven's eye point, they also had it. Although their essence was much weaker than Nian Bing's, as long as they wanted to, they could still see everything clearly in the room. The 2 women wiped the tears on their faces at the same time, smiled slightly and said in unison, "We don't agree with your decision. Why should we let you decide? We think that sleeping together is the best way." Nian Bing was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. The 3 single beds put together were very spacious. With a cheer, he immediately pulled Long Ling and Lan Chen over, hugging one, hugging another. His heart was like a blooming flower. Nian Bing's sudden attack immediately caused the 3 women to cry out in alarm. Feng Nu grabbed Nian Bing's hands and rebuked, "Don't mess around." 1 blanket was not big enough. At this time, the 3 blankets were stacked together, covering the 4 of them. Nian Bing took advantage of the situation to stick close to Feng Nu's body, lying in the center of the bed. He lightly kissed Feng Nu's charming face and said, "I'm being intimate with my own wife. How is this messing around?" Feng Nu smiled slightly and said, "Don't mess around. This is the Huarong Empire, and you are here on official business. We agreed to sleep with you, but you can't mess around, okay? Didn't you say that you want to accompany me and my sister back to the Feng people? When the Phoenix Nirvana sacrificial ceremony is over, we will do as you say. Before the ceremony, I can't. I can't lose my virginity. If you really can't resist, then let Chin Chin accompany you." As she spoke, she pulled Chin Chin's small hand and stuffed it into Nian Bing's hand. She had never forgotten that she was a part of the Feng people. Chin Chin shyly leaned on the other side of Feng Nu's body. "Sister." Her heartbeat suddenly sped up. Could it be that in front of her sister and Long Ling and him? It was too shameful. Holding Chin Chin's hand, Nian Bing couldn't help but laugh. "You see, it's all because you are too attractive. I almost forgot about the important matter. Firstly, I wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Secondly, I wanted to ask you about the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. Right now, I have already made the basic arrangements for the 4 states conference. We're just waiting for the real negotiation day to sign the contract. After the conference the day after tomorrow, we will immediately leave. The Feng people should be in the Longmu Empire, right? We will go back with Miss Mu Jing and help her out a little. Feng Nu, tell me about the Phoenix Nirvana sacrificial ceremony. How long will it be before the ceremony starts? This way I can make the arrangements. I think that Mother will definitely go. Qin Chen will naturally go with you. Ling, and Big Brother Halogen will also go. With so many of us, it will be much easier to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. I promise you, before the Phoenix Nirvana sacrificial ceremony ends, I will definitely not do anything inappropriate to you. Feng Nu pulled the blanket and covered Nian Bing's body. She leaned into his embrace again and said, "That's right. It's time to tell you about the Phoenix Nirvana sacrificial ceremony. I'm afraid that even Chin Chin doesn't know about it. Our Feng people are located in a large forest in the northwest of the Longmu Empire. Although that place is in the northwest, there is a huge volcano in the middle of the forest. Therefore, the temperature there is much higher than the other places in the north. The soil is very nutritious and promotes the growth of all kinds of plants. Therefore, it is called the firewood forest. And our Feng people are located in this dense firewood forest, in a forest of parasol trees. The phoenix perches on parasol trees. You must have heard that that is the most suitable place for us to cultivate. Regardless of whether it was my mother or I, after becoming the phoenix of hope of our clan, we had gone to the vicinity of that volcano to train. There was a secret tunnel that we had secretly opened that led directly to the interior of the volcano. In that place that was filled with magma, the fire element was extremely dense. Training the 9 Li Do Qi there would have twice the effect with half the effort. And that place is also where the Phoenix Nirvana sacrificial ceremony is held. Speaking until here, Feng Nu's eyes revealed a trace of worry, as if she had thought of something. Hearing Feng Nu's words, Nian Bing's heart moved and said, "Could it be that this volcano is related to you Feng people? Or is it related to your phoenix and that has already passed away?" Feng Nu nodded and pressed against Nian Bing's chest. Only then did she feel a little more at ease. She lightly sighed. "Actually, even we don't know if our ancestor phoenix is inside that volcano. In our Feng people's legends, when Lord Phoenix fell, it fell on the ground and formed this volcano. The volcano contains the true phoenix fire. Although Lord Phoenix has passed away, the true phoenix fire in the Phoenix volcano is still protecting us Feng people. Every 100 years, the true phoenix fire in the Phoenix volcano will erupt, which is also the Phoenix Nirvana sacrificial ceremony. During the ceremony, we must combine the strength of our Feng people's experts and use 9 Li Do Qi to limit the eruption so that it won't affect the entire forest. Therefore, the Phoenix Nirvana sacrificial ceremony is not only a ceremony for us to commemorate Lord Phoenix's nirvana, but also a time for us to protect ourselves. In order to protect our Feng people's country, we must use all our strength to limit the eruption to a certain range. In less than a month's time, another sacrificial ceremony will begin. I think that as long as Mother and I return in time, and with the help of a few elders, we will be able to successfully complete this ceremony. But I am worried that the elders may not agree to Mother and me participating." Nian Bing frowned. "Not agree to you participating? Then, how are they going to deal with this eruption? Don't tell me that they will just watch as their homeland is destroyed by the raging lava?" Feng Nu sighed. "The elders are very stubborn. Otherwise, they wouldn't have expelled Mother from the clan because she followed Father. The elders clearly know that without Mother's help, it will be very difficult to deal with the eruption, but they still made the same choice. This time, you have decided to go back with us. Actually, I have been hesitating. If you also go, I am afraid that things will be even more difficult to solve. I am afraid." Nian Bing held Feng Nu's arm tightly and said, "Don't be afraid, I am here. Even if the elders don't agree to let you return to the clan, we can still limit the eruption of the volcano. I don't believe that the ice god's descent technique can't calm the volcano. I understand your feelings for the clan, and I also understand the contradiction in your heart. Although those elders are stubborn, they're not unreasonable people. They should know what is more important and what is more important. They will not cause the destruction of the Feng people's homeland because of their stubbornness. As long as we sincerely help them, they will understand your and Mother's painstaking efforts. Feng Nu said, "Actually, this is not what I am most worried about. The Feng people have spread the words the appearance of the ice phoenix, the rise of the phoenix. It is recorded in our clan's ancient records that once the ice phoenix appears, the true fire of the Phoenix volcano will erupt to a peak. I am afraid. This time, the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony will not be so easy to pass. Chinchin's ice phoenix physique has already awakened. This time she is the key." Lanchin said in surprise, "Sister, how come I have not heard Mother mention this matter? I am also considered one of the Feng people, so don't worry. With Nian being here, nothing will happen." Feng Nu turned around and held Lan Chen's hand. "The reason why Mother didn't tell you was because she was afraid that you would feel burdened. But the ceremony is about to begin, so I can't not tell you. Mother once told me that when you were born, she found out that you might become the ice phoenix physique that is rarely seen in 1,000 years. Among the Feng people, it is a rule that we Feng people have. Once an ice phoenix appears, it must be thrown into the Phoenix volcano as a sacrifice to Lord Phoenix. How could Mother allow others to harm you? Therefore, she sent you to the Ice God Tower and made you a disciple of the Ice Goddess Priest. First, it is to protect your safety. Second, it is to protect the secret of your ice phoenix physique. When we go back this time, the first thing we will face is not the calamity of the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony, but the doubts of our clansmen." Lan Chen's delicate body trembled slightly. All this time, she didn't understand why her mother would send her to the Ice God Tower and only let her see them once a year. After listening to Feng Nu's words, she finally understood that Yu Ruyan did this to protect her. Her eyes were slightly moist. She held Feng Nu's hand and said, "Sister, don't worry. No matter when, the three of us will be together. With our strength, we will definitely be able to get through this crisis. Moreover, we have Nianbing and Ling Er. Even if the Feng people want to harm us, it is impossible." Feng Nu said, "Things are not as simple as you think. In the fire element magic, the most intense flame was the purple heavenly fire. When the phoenix rose into the sky and the Nirvana ceremony began, it was said that in the case of the appearance of the ice phoenix, the volcano would no longer erupt with ordinary magma, but the hottest phoenix Nirvana flames in the world. Its temperature is far from what the purple heavenly fire can compare to. It is easier said than done to contend with it. In the Phoenix volcano, there is the foundation of our Feng people's bloodline. The parasol tree forest is where we have lived for thousands of years. If the Nirvana ceremony cannot be completed, then the Feng people will definitely walk towards extinction." Nianbing said, "Legends are only legends after all. I'm afraid that the Feng people who are still alive have not seen the power of the Phoenix Nirvana true fire. Anything can happen. It is useless for you to worry too much now. Our best choice is to take one step at a time. When we reach the Feng people, there will be a way to deal with it. Don't worry too much." Feng Nu nodded and said, "I hope so. Maybe there will be a way to deal with it in our clan's ancient records." "Nianbing, I told Mother today that you want to go back with us. Mother didn't say anything against it, but she also didn't agree. I think her worries are the same as mine. If our clansmen see you, I'm afraid they will reject you even more. What's more, this is the most important matter for the Feng people." Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "You and Qinchin are both my future wives. Technically speaking, I can be considered half a member of the Phoenix tribe. I don't feel at ease letting you face those people from the Feng people." Longling, who had been silent all this time, said, "Yes, I will go with Nianbing. I also want to see what the Feng people live in is like. Sister Feng Nu, don't worry. In these 2 years, your strength has reached such a high level. Even if the Phoenix Nirvana true fire is terrifying, it is still a flame that originated from the Phoenix. Do you think your ancestor phoenix will harm you? Feng Nu heard Long Ling's words and couldn't help but brighten up. Yes, the Phoenix Nirvana true fire is the strongest flame of our ancestor phoenix. Why would our ancestor use his flame to harm his descendants? There must be something fishy about this. Maybe this is not a bad thing, but an opportunity for the Feng people. Up until now, the strongest Phoenix 9 transformations is the 6th transformation. Mother and I have reached the 6th transformation. But no matter how much we cultivate, even if our Do Chi reaches the God tier, we can't break through to the 7th transformation. I have a feeling that the last 3 transformations of the Phoenix 9 transformations can't be achieved through cultivation. There must be some secret behind this. Chin Chin, what transformation is your Phoenix 9 transformations? Without waiting for Lan Chin to answer, Nian Bing asked in surprise, Isn't Chin Chin an ice phoenix physique? How can she cultivate this Phoenix 9 transformations? Feng Nu smiled and said, Why can't she cultivate it? The 9 Phoenix transformations is not based on the 9 abandonment Do Chi. Instead, it is a special technique that only the members of the Phoenix clan can cultivate. As long as one possesses the royal bloodline and unlocks the Phoenix feather, one can cultivate to a deeper level. The last time Chin Chin was with you, her ice phoenix wings appeared. Later on, I passed the Phoenix 9 transformations to her. Her speed of improvement is not slower than mine. Chin Chin, I think you should have reached the 5th transformation by now. Lan Chin nodded and said, Yes, I have reached the 5th transformation and have been cultivating diligently. If I can personally cultivate like Nian Bing before she came back, with the help of the Heaven's Eye Meridian, I can reach the 6th transformation in half a year at most. However, there isn't enough time now. I am only at the 5th transformation. I don't know if I can help you at the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. Chapter 196. The Phoenix Maiden pondered for a moment before replying, According to your abilities, you should be able to help. As far as I know, the past Phoenix Nirvana ceremonies were completed by 5 elders who had reached the 3rd transformation. In terms of strength, even though you're walking the path of magic, you're at least equivalent to 2 elders at the 3rd transformation stage at the 5th transformation stage. Even though there are only 3 of us, even if the volcanic eruption during the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony is twice as strong, we'll still be able to handle it. Right now, I am only worried about the Phoenix Nirvana true fire. However, according to Ling, perhaps this is really an opportunity. Lan Chin nodded and said, I agree with Nian Bing's words. It's useless for us to think too much now. When we reach the Feng people, we can carefully flip through our clan's ancient records and combine it with the situation at that time to find the best way. Elder sister, if in the end we really need to use my life to resist the Phoenix Nirvana true fire, don't say any more. Nian Bing interrupted Lan Chen's words. You are my wife. I will never allow anyone to use your life to do anything. If that time really comes, Feng Nu, don't blame me. Even if the Feng people suffer a calamity because of this, I will never let Chin Chin suffer any harm. His words were resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Originally, Nian Bing thought that it was enough for Feng Nu and Yurian to go to the Phoenix Nirvana ceremony. The reason why he agreed to go with Feng Nu was because he didn't want to be separated from Feng Nu. However, now that he heard that there might be a change in the ceremony, he understood that he had to go. Protecting his wife was something he had to do. No one could influence Nian Bing's decision. Nian Bing, Lan Chen's voice was choked with emotions. Nian Bing gently comforted him. All right, don't think too much. It's already very late. Let's go to sleep. After the 4-state assembly, I will immediately return to the Feng people with you. I don't believe that this Phoenix Nirvana ceremony can make things difficult for me when I can even pass through the gates of death. His words were full of confidence. This confidence came entirely from his strength. He was no longer the Nian Bing who walked out of the peach blossom forest and could have problems with the same origin magic at any time. Now he was already one of the strongest in the Yangon continent. He had absolute confidence in himself. Even if he couldn't do it, he would have no problem protecting his wife. Nian Bing tightly hugged Feng Nu, who was nestled in his arms, while his other hand held Long Ling's small hand. Just like that, a man with 3 wives slowly fell asleep under the big quilt. The surging emotions gradually calmed down in this dark room. At this time, no one was willing to cultivate like they did when they joined the party. They all enjoyed this warm and strange night. The knot in their hearts had been untied, and Nian Bing had finally truly won their hearts. 2 days passed quickly. The 4-state assembly was held in the side hall of the Huarong Empire's imperial palace. The theme of this assembly was naturally peace talks. The one who presided over the assembly was the Huarong Empire's #1 think tank, Prime Minister Su Yu. Early in the morning, Nian Bing followed Mu Jing and Luo Ro to the side hall. According to the Huarong Empire's requirements, each person was only allowed to bring 1 guard. The one who came with Luo Ro was naturally Yuruyan, while the one who came with Nian Bing was the dwarf Halogen. The one who was supposed to be with Mu Jing was naturally the god-level expert Zhao Mulin. Unfortunately, Zhao Mulin had already been killed by the combined efforts of Nian Bing and Halogen. Yesterday, she had talked to Nian Bing again. Before coming today, Nian Bing had arranged a guard for her. That guard was Feng Nu, who carried the parting heaven sword and possessed the Phoenix's 6 transformations. Originally, Mu Jing still had some doubts about Feng Nu's strength. In her opinion, among the 3 women with Nian Bing, Lan Qin, who used to be Bing Yin, was naturally the strongest. However, when Feng Nu wielded the parting heaven sword and easily cut down a crow that was 1,000 feet away, Mu Jing's doubts disappeared. She also had a deeper understanding of Nian Bing's unfathomable strength. She no longer had any doubts about the fact that Nian Bing had killed Zhao Mulin. The 4 wooden tables were placed opposite each other, showing that the Huarong Empire viewed the 4 countries as equals. Nian Bing and the others did not have to wait for too long. The Huarong Empire's Prime Minister Su Yu and the commander of the country's military forces, Prince Rong, arrived together. Prince Rong dismissed the attendants in the hall and sat down with Su Yu. Although Su Yu was old, he did not show any signs of aging. His spirit was hale and hearty. Looking at the 3 youths in front of him, he could not help but smile. It seems that the world will belong to you youngsters from now on. I'm already old. I'm afraid that there won't be much time left for me to contribute to the empire. Luo Ro smiled. Prime Minister Su is old but vigorous. Us juniors are far from being able to compare to you. This time, I came as a representative of the Ottoman Empire to learn from you. Su Yu looked deeply at Luo Ro. He had already interacted with Luo Ro many times in the Ottoman Empire's capital, Alin City. He knew that although this girl was young, not only was she knowledgeable, she was also very intelligent. She was definitely not an easy opponent. Smiling, he said, Prime Minister Noel has arrived. Although I'm old, I'm still old. But rest assured, Su, you will not do those foolish things. As he said that, he smiled. The heavy atmosphere in the hall immediately relaxed. Today, I'm sure the 3 of you know why I've invited the representatives of Longmu, Bingyu, and Alland. I want to hear the opinions of the 3 envoys. If we can reach a consensus, then we won't have to waste too much time here. I can also go back and rest early. I wonder who is willing to speak first. Seeing the smile on Su Yu's face, Nian Bing exclaimed in her heart. This old man who was as famous as her grandfather was indeed not easy to deal with. With just a few words, he immediately pushed the 3 empires to the front. Luo Ro smiled and said, I abstain. Before coming here, I've talked with the representatives of the Ice Moon Empire and the Longmu Empire. Our Ottoman Empire has decided that we will follow the lead of the Ice Moon Empire. Su Yu was stunned. Naturally, he had seen Nianbing before. Back then, she had left a deep impression on him during the Five Nations Magic Tournament. Now that he heard Luo Ro suddenly push the topic of discussion to Nianbing, he couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for this youngster. Naturally, he already knew that Nianbing was the representative of the Ice Moon Empire. He had also discussed Nianbing's matters with Prince Rong before. Everything they did had nothing to do with the Rong family. No matter how Su Yu probed, Prince Rong didn't explain too much. Su Yu was very clear about what kind of intelligence Luo Ro, who had transformed into Noel, had. Originally, he wanted to focus on Luo Ro, who represented the Ottoman Empire. This was because the Ottoman Empire and the Hwarong Empire shared the largest land area. If the three empires wanted to use force against the Hwarong Empire, they would have to pass through the Ottoman Empire's territory. Therefore, as long as the Ottoman Empire agreed to the peace talks, this matter would be much easier to resolve. However, Luo Ro had used Taiji Fist. She pushed everything to Nianbing, who represented the Ice Moon Empire. It was obvious that she had full confidence in him. Could it be that this Nianbing was not only powerful in magic, but was also more outstanding in politics than Luo Ro? Although the peace talks had just begun, Su Yu couldn't help but feel that he was already at a disadvantage. He had investigated Nianbing before, but the information he obtained was pitifully little. Of course, he didn't know that as the bishop of the Blood Lion sect, all information about Nianbing had already become top secret. Although Nianbing didn't give any orders, but his subordinates had already done their best to hide it from him. Before Su Yu and Nianbing could ask, Mu Jing spoke first. Our Longmu Empire's intentions are the same as the Ottoman Empire's. We will follow the lead of the Ice Moon Empire. When Mu Jing's words came out, even Su Yu, who was experienced and astute, couldn't help but have a change in expression. All this time, the Longmu Empire had been at the forefront of the confrontation with the Hwarong Empire. He never would have thought that the Longmu Empire, who had always been radical, would push the matter to the Ice Moon Empire, who rarely participated in expeditions on the mainland. Moreover, Mu Jing didn't hide it as well as Luo Ro. When she spoke, she looked at Nianbing with a bit of respect. All of this was seen by Su Yu. Naturally, Nianbing's position in his heart became even more important. His original train of thought was completely disrupted at this moment. Hearing that Luo Ro and Mu Jing had decided to give the right to speak to Nianbing, Prince Rong couldn't help but be shocked. Seeing his grandson sitting calmly in front of him, he couldn't help but praise him inwardly. This brat was much more powerful than he had imagined. Even the Blood Lion sect didn't have any news of him contacting Longmu and Alland. When did he start arranging all of this? In this way, he had become the key to the negotiations. Su Yu's smile didn't fade. His gaze landed on Nianbing, who was also smiling, and he said, "Since Longmu and Alland are willing to listen to the Ice Moon Empire, then I'll ask Nianbing to speak on behalf of the Ice Moon Empire." He used the word listen very well. His goal was to sow discord between the three empires. Unfortunately, this was already useless against Nianbing and the other two. Su Yu naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Longmu Empire and Ottoman Empire statements were clearly telling him that the three empires had already joined together and formed an alliance in the dark. It seemed that his trip to the Ottoman Empire was in vain. Nianbing smiled slightly. She calmly took a sip of the tea in front of her. Putting down the teacup, she said, "Prime Minister Su, you don't have to be so polite. Nianbing has long heard of Prime Minister Su's great name. This can be considered the second time I've met you. To be able to speak on behalf of the Ice Moon Empire, Longmu Empire, and Alland, Nianbing is extremely honored. First of all, we all understand why the Hwarong Empire gathered the four empires for this public meeting. I would like to first listen to Prime Minister Su's reason for suddenly attacking the Kiru Empire and annexing it. The five empires of the continent have been peaceful for over 100 years. However, because of the Hwarong Empire's actions, the situation has changed. Other than invasion, I can't think of any other goal that the Hwarong Empire has. Furthermore, the Hwarong Empire called for this public meeting not long after conquering the entire Kiru Empire. In my opinion, this is somewhat laughable. Su Yu glanced at Prince Rong. The Prince Rong sat beside him with his head lowered, as if he didn't hear anything. Su Yu smiled indifferently and said, I'm afraid there is a misunderstanding in this matter. It's not that our Hwarong Empire wants to invade the Kiru Empire. Instead, the Kiru Empire took the initiative to deploy a large number of troops near our borders, showing signs of wanting to make a move. We received news that the Kiru Empire intended to launch a sneak attack on our eastern border. Left with no choice, we mobilized our troops to defend our territory. Later, because the Kiru Empire was too arrogant, we invaded their territory. Everyone should know that our troops didn't occupy the cities of the Kiru Empire, nor did we cause any damage to their imperial court. As for the annexation, it was because the Kiru Empire was willing to surrender and submit to our empire. Because of this, our empire was afraid that the Ice Moon Empire, Longmu Empire, and Alland Empire would misunderstand. That's why we called for this meeting, to express our love for peace and to reach this agreement. Hearing Su Yu's words, Mu Jing couldn't help but say, Prime Minister Su's words can only fool a 3-year-old. If you didn't attack the capital of the Kiru Empire and capture the members of the royal family, how could they surrender? Even if what you said is true, and this is just a misunderstanding, then how do you explain the previous time when your Prince Rong led his troops to invade our territory? Su Yu feigned surprise and said, Princess Mu Jing, didn't you just say that we would follow the lead of the Ice Moon Empire? What? Have you changed your mind? Mu Jing's face flashed with anger. Just as she was about to refute, Nian Bing's voice rang out in her mind. Calm down. Don't fall for Su Yu's trick. She forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart and sat there without saying a word. Nian Bing smiled and said, Princess Mu's words are exactly what I wanted to ask. In these past few years, the Hwarong Empire's military movements have been very frequent. Could it be that this is your side's love for peace? Su Yu said, That is also a misunderstanding. Everyone should know that our country and the Longmu Empire are separated by a large mountain range, and transportation is extremely inconvenient. In order to have better trade relations, we thought of a way to open up a new road. But who would have thought that this would cause the Longmu Empire to misunderstand? They mistakenly thought that we were going to start a war. In the end, their troops that were in charge of guarding the borders launched an attack on us. Our soldiers could only resist. You should all know that when our army counterattacked, they did not kill a single civilian. Even after repelling the Longmu Empire's attack, we immediately retreated to our territory. As for the looting that Princess Mu mentioned, I do not know where it came from. I did not receive any information about this. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Or perhaps it was the bandits that took advantage of the situation to run rampant in your country. If that battle had any impact on the Longmu Empire, I would like to represent the Hwarong Empire to express our apologies to you. Mu Jing's heart was filled with anger. Just as she was about to refute, Nian Bing's voice rang out in her mind again. Things have already happened. You won't gain anything by arguing with him about this. Just bear with it. After all, we came here today to negotiate. I think you can understand what I mean. Getting angry won't help, and you won't be able to recoup your losses. Mu Jing took a deep breath and calmed her surging emotions. She coldly snorted and did not answer Su Yu's words. Su Yu really did want to provoke Mu Jing, because he found that this Nian Bing in front of him was not easy to deal with. Mu Jing's breakthrough was clearly much easier. But Mu Jing, who was just arguing with him, actually did not get angry when she heard him deny the matter of the battle with the Longmu Empire. Su Yu immediately felt that today's negotiations would be even more difficult. Nian Bing said, What's done is done. The situation in front of us has already been formed. Prime Minister Su, since the Hwarong Empire wants to negotiate with our 3 empires, then I hope that your country can show some substantial sincerity. He did not want to delay any longer and directly went to the main topic. Since the Ottoman Empire and the Longmu Empire had already expressed their support for him, Su should now understand the situation of the three empires on their side. His provocation did not have any effect, so now was the time to lay out his cards. Su nodded, saying, "Since it's a peace negotiation, of course we have sincerity. As long as Bingyue, Longmu, and Alland are willing, we can sign a 20-year non-aggression agreement. If any side violates it, then the other three countries can join forces to deal with them." Nian Bing smiled. "Prime Minister Su just said that you have sincerity, but you put forward such conditions. I don't see your sincerity. Let's not beat around the bush. The reason why the Hwarong Empire proposed this peace negotiation is because they are afraid that our three empires will join forces to start a war with the Hwarong Empire. In the future, if the Hwarong Empire wants to start a war and violate the agreement signed today, then they will have to go against our three empires. Then this agreement can only be annulled. What other effects does it have? Prime Minister Su, since we are sitting here today, since I can obtain the support of the other two empires, it means that we have sincerity in wanting to negotiate with you. I hope that the Hwarong Empire can also show some sincerity and not let us come here for nothing. If we start a war now, I don't think that it will be beneficial to the Hwarong Empire or our three empires. Weapons cannot be used lightly. However, we are not afraid of using force to resolve the current situation." The smile on Su Yu's face gradually disappeared. "Then I want to hear it. Does Representative Nian Bing have any good suggestions?" Nian Bing smiled faintly. "It can't be considered a suggestion. However, the most important point of this peace negotiation is that the Hwarong Empire must let our three empires feel that you are no longer a threat to us. At the very least, you must not be a threat for the next 20 years as stated in the agreement. This way, we can sign the agreement without worry." Su Yu pondered for a moment, then said, "I'm afraid that will be very difficult. How can your three empires feel safe? Your standards may not be our standards. I hope Representative Nian Bing will not make things too difficult for us." Nian Bing smiled faintly. "I definitely don't mean to make things difficult. Otherwise, I wouldn't be negotiating with you like this. I just hope that you can understand that if we start a war now, the harm to the Hwarong Empire is definitely greater than the harm to our three empires. First of all, in terms of military strength, although our three empires are scattered and may be at a disadvantage at the beginning of the war, our Ice Moon Empire is famous for producing weapons and equipment. The Longmu Empire is famous for producing food. If we join forces, then reinforcements will continuously appear on your borders. Perhaps you can rely on your two top-notch knight regiments. However, in the face of God's descent, even the strongest knight regiments will be destroyed. Our Ice Moon Empire is not as simple as you think with just one divine descent master." Su Yu was startled. "Oh, I haven't heard that your country has another expert magician." Nian Bing smiled. "I can't say that I'm an expert, but if I don't have the strength of a god's descent master, then how can I sit in the position of the chief court magician of the Ice Moon Empire?" Su Yu looked at Nian Bing in shock. He naturally wouldn't believe what the young man in front of him said. He had seen Nian Bing's strength before. Although he was already outstanding among the younger generation, no one would believe that he was a god's descent master. Nian Bing smiled faintly. The heavens, between his eyebrows, gradually lit up. This time, the light from the heavens, was golden. An enormous pressure instantly filled the entire venue. His pressure was released to the surroundings. Within the range of the pressure, everyone's body shook at the same time. Mu Jing's expression changed greatly. A green light rose from her body. Yu Ruyan and Feng Nu were surrounded by a red light. Black Do Chi protected them. That dwarf can't say a word, thank you. They all fell to the ground under the sudden pressure and continuously increased their strength. However, Nian Bing's pressure was released using spiritual force. Even the ice priestess couldn't resist it, let alone them. On Nianbing's side, apart from Nianbing, only Luo Ro was unaffected. On Su Yu and Prince Rong's side, Prince Rong's expression changed greatly. He originally wanted to protect Su Yu, but as a god's descent master, he was shocked to find that under this enormous pressure, even protecting himself was very difficult, let alone helping others. Su Yu looked at all of this in a daze. Like Luo Ro, he wasn't affected by the pressure. However, he was too familiar with Prince Rong's strength. Seeing the purple light around Prince Rong's body fluctuate violently and continuously shrink, he couldn't help but feel a burst of shock. This Nianbing was just sitting there without moving, yet he was able to exert so much pressure on everyone present. Just how powerful was this? God's descent master. This was definitely a strength that only God's descent masters could reach. It might even surpass the realm of God's descent masters. Otherwise, his old brother Prince Rong wouldn't be in so much pain. The pressure appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. In just a few short breaths, everyone's body felt lighter and returned to normal. Nianbing faintly smiled and nodded to Su Yu, saying, "Prime Minister Su, this junior has been impolite. However, if this junior didn't do anything, I'm sure Prime Minister Su would find it very hard to believe my words. Now, I don't think you have any more doubts." With the pressure gone, the first one to stand up was the dwarf. After that, the ones to recover were Prince Rong, Feng Nu, and Yu Ruyan. Mu Jing's entire body was limp as she sat in her seat, gasping for breath. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly, she was still immersed in that terrifying pressure. This time, in order to create a deterrent effect, Nianbing activated the Huangji Acupoint and Tianyan Acupoint's golden sphere, fully activating his spiritual power. Although he didn't seem to have any changes on the surface, his brain also felt waves of weakness. Strength often proved everything. If it was only the ice goddess priestess alone, so you wouldn't be so afraid. But now that there was an unfathomable Nianbing, he couldn't help but think a little more. Just as Nianbing said, no matter how powerful a knight regiment was, in front of the god's descent technique, there was no chance of luck. He was hesitating. Now he had two choices. One was to kill all the emissaries present, including Nianbing, and then immediately start a war with the three countries. The other was to make some concessions in the peace talks. While thinking, his gaze turned to Prince Rong, sending him a signal of inquiry. Prince Rong shook his head at him and gestured to Su Yu under the table. Su Yu immediately understood what he meant. He sighed inwardly and said, "All right, then let's discuss the details of the peace talks." Originally, our Huarong Empire was very sincere. Since the Frozen Moon Empire, Longmu Empire, and Alin Empire have already formed an alliance, our Huarong Empire is willing to coexist peacefully with you. Mutual non-aggression. Under the deterrence of strength, the negotiations afterwards went much smoother. Prince Rong gestured to Su Yu under the table, telling him that none of the people on the other side were easy to deal with. From the pressure of Nianbing's spiritual power, he could see the strength of the other side's abilities. At the same time, Prince Rong also told Su Yu that his own forces were unable to deal with Nianbing. This was equivalent to telling Su Yu that if these people wanted to leave, even his Rong family's personal guards wouldn't be able to stop them. Moreover, this was the Huarong Empire. Once the envoys of the three countries were attacked, it would be equivalent to forcing the three countries to immediately attack the Huarong Empire. After constant bargaining, the two sides gradually reached a consensus. At this time, the difference in strength could be seen. Mu Jing could only interject a few words from time to time. On the side of the three countries, the ones in charge of the negotiations were Nianbing and Luo Ro. Every time the two raised a question, they would be on par with Su Yu. At the same time as the negotiations progressed, Nianbing became more and more impressed with this Prime Minister Su Yu, who was as famous as her grandfather. Compared to him, although Luo Ro's intelligence wasn't inferior, But in terms of experience and comprehensive thinking, there was still a big gap. Only with Nianbing's help could they barely be on par with Suyu. After nearly 4 hours of negotiations, the two sides finally reached an agreement. The three countries signed a peace treaty, stating that both sides would not invade each other for 20 years. In order to show their sincerity, the Hwarong Empire would not build any fortifications within 500 li of the border between the Qilu Empire and the Ottoman Empire. At the same time, the Hwarong Empire had to open up the mountain path that connected to the Longmu Empire, allowing the Longmu Empire to trade. Due to the invasion of the Ottoman Empire, the Hwarong Empire also had to compensate the Ottoman Empire with 10,000 purple coins. Originally, Mu Jing wanted to fight for some benefits from the Hwarong Empire, but Suyu was insistent, and in the end, she only got these benefits. The most important of these was that there would be no fortifications within 500 li of the border between the Qilu Empire and Aland. At the same time, they were not allowed to station any troops within 500 li. In this empty piece of land, the three countries would each send a company of 1,000 men to oversee it, while the Hwarong Empire's defenses had to be set outside 500 li. It was because of this that the negotiations had lasted so long. With the cooperation of Nianbing and Luo Ro, they finally reached the bottom line of the Hwarong Empire and obtained an advantage in the negotiations. When the three representatives left the side hall, the Hwarong Empire's Prime Minister, Su, you couldn't help but feel dizzy. Just as he stood up, his body swayed, and he couldn't help but fall to the side. Fortunately, Prince Rong was there to support his body, preventing him from falling. Prince Rong asked with concern, are you all right? Is there anything wrong with you? Suyu sighed and said, I'm old and can't be compared to the past. It was too tiring to fight a battle of wits with these juniors the entire day. Elder Rong, you're right, they're all too outstanding. As long as that Nianbing and Luo Ro are here, I'm afraid that it'll be impossible for our Hwarong Empire to unify the continent. No, I have to speak to His Majesty tomorrow. We have to abide by the 20-year contract that we signed today. Elder Rong, do you know? I suddenly realized a problem that has always been ridiculously wrong. We've relied too much on our own abilities. We've fallen too far behind in nurturing the next generation. Once we're 100 years old, who will support the Hwarong Empire? Elder Rong, don't you regret it? Prince Rong shook his head and said, I've never regretted things that have already happened. It's indeed time for us to nurture our successors. On the surface, the Ottoman Empire naturally benefited the most from this negotiation. However, from a deeper perspective, the Longmu Empire and the Ice Moon Empire also benefited greatly from this. Nianbing did not follow everyone back to the state guest house. Instead, she went to the Blood Lion cult's secret hall alone and directly asked the Blood Lion 7 elders to send someone to deliver the agreement to Shuepa in Ice Moon City. She also asked Shuepa to tell Yanfeng that she would not be returning to Ice Moon City in a short period of time. The Four Nations Conference ended completely according to Nianbing's plan. She understood that as long as Suyu was here, then the Hwarong Empire's invasion would stop. As the Phoenix ceremony was approaching, in order to gain time to communicate better with the Feng people, Nianbing's group did not stay for long. After the negotiation ended, they left Dutian City. When they walked out of Dutian City's north gate, the Western Ocean in the east brought a crimson color to the horizon. The envoys from the three kingdoms gathered together. Hundreds of people from the Longmu Empire surrounded a few carriages. At this moment, the envoys from the three kingdoms did not continue their journey. Instead, they stopped. Nianbing and the others walked down from the carriage and came to the front of the Ottoman Empire's envoys. Yuruyan and Luo Ro also walked down from the carriage. Chapter 197. I'm going back now, Ani. I wish you all a safe journey. Although Luo Ro said this with a smile, there was a hint of sadness in her wise eyes. Yuruyan took Luo Ro's little hand and said, Be careful. This time, I've brought the elites of the Silver Feather Knights with me, so they will definitely send you back safely. Once Ani's matters are settled, I will immediately return to Alin City. Lass, you need to take care of your body. You've been working too hard these past 2 years. You can't go on like this. You need to practice the cultivation method Ani taught you often. Luo Ro nodded and said, Auntie, rest assured, Alin Empire has me, so my body will be fine. I'll wait for your return in the Empire. Nianbing, don't forget our agreement. Nianbing smiled and said, Of course I won't. The gem that Luo Ro had given him was now in his space ring, and the necklace had already been given to the 7 elders of the Blood Lion Empire. With them taking care of things, Nianbing didn't need to worry about anything. Luo Ro's gaze seemed a little strange, but Nianbing didn't think too much about it. He took a step forward and took her little hand. His actions startled Luo Ro, causing her face to flush red. To the side, Yurian's expression also changed, and behind Nianbing, Longling, and the other 2 girls all stared at him with wide eyes. Luo Ro was not the only one who benefited from it. Even the envoys from the 3 kingdoms could clearly feel how comfortable their bodies were under the nourishment of the life aura. Mu Jing, who had just alighted from the carriage, was shocked when she saw the dark green light from Nianbing. A layer of light green light also shone from her body. At this moment, she had a complicated look in her eyes. Only someone like her who cultivated nature magic could truly feel how powerful the life aura from Nianbing was. The life aura from Nianbing was completely selfless. Mu Jing used her fastest speed to get behind Nianbing, fully enjoying the pleasure that the life aura brought her. She realized that she could not see through this man anymore. Not only did he possess unfathomable strength, but he also had a life aura that was many times more powerful than hers. Mu Jing's goddess of life domain was greatly strengthened. Nianbing's life aura was completely selfless. Mu Jing used her fastest speed to get behind Nianbing, fully enjoying the pleasure that the life aura brought to her. She realized that she could not see through this man anymore. Not only did he possess unfathomable strength, but he also had a life aura that was many times more powerful than hers. Mu Jing's goddess of life domain was greatly strengthened. Nianbing's life aura was completely selfless. Mu Jing used her fastest speed to get behind Nianbing, fully enjoying the pleasure that life aura brought to her. She realized that she could not see through this man anymore. Not only did he possess unfathomable strength, he also had a life aura that was many times more powerful than hers. The dark green light came from Nianbing's chest, but it didn't last for too long. When the light faded, the life force that he had absorbed from the Lake of Life and the life force that had mutated after fusing with Cao had also condensed into a green bead. It stopped next to his Lijiang acupoint and slowly rotated around it. First, it was to suppress the ball of death in his Lijiang acupoint. At the same time, it also provided Nianbing with an incomparable amount of life force. When Nianbing first saw Luo Ro, he discovered that she had used up a lot of her life force due to overwork. If she didn't receive effective treatment and recovery, she probably wouldn't be able to live past 35 years old. Towards this intelligent woman, Nianbing not only felt some pity, but also some respect. Since they were about to part, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. His own life force had already reached an indescribable height due to the condensation of the ball of life force. He only needed to release a bit of life force from Luo Ro's body to help her recover the life force that she had used up. In fact, it even had great benefits for her body. When the dark green light appeared and disappeared, the one who benefited the most was naturally Luo Ro, followed by Mu Jing, who cultivated nature magic. Under the nourishment of the life force, Luo Ro developed a wholehearted feeling. She had never felt so comfortable before. Every drop of her body was filled with life force. Everything around her seemed a lot clearer. Because her body was extremely comfortable, she couldn't help but let out a low moan. Smiling, Nianbing let go of Luo Ro's hand. All right, don't be too stubborn. I've stimulated your life force field and replenished what you need the most. Don't overwork yourself in the future. Spend more time cultivating your do qi. It'll be more beneficial to your body. Especially, pay attention to your diet. You need to cultivate your do qi as much as possible. Only then will you be able to absorb all of this life force for your own use. Remember, don't overwork yourself in the future. Luo Ro lowered her head. No one could see the look in her eyes. Thank you. With only these 3 words, she turned around and boarded the carriage. Under the protection of the Silver Feather Knights, she left the 3 envoys from the 3 empires. After watching the Ottoman Empire's envoys disappear into the distance, Nian Bing withdrew his gaze. He was very happy to have helped Luo Ro recover her life force. Feng Nu walked to Nian Bing's side and said telepathically, "You need to give us an explanation. What exactly did you and Luo Ro agree on?" Only then did Nian Bing wake up from the joy in his heart. He looked back at Feng Nu and said with a bitter smile, "I will give you an explanation. Don't misunderstand." In the past few days, what made him most excited was not the success of the 4 Nations Conference, but the fact that he could cuddle his beloved wife to sleep every day. Although it was very difficult to endure, when he slept next to them, his mind would be in a meditative state. Although nothing really happened to Luo Ro in the past 2 days, Nian Bing found that he had already fallen in love with this feeling. The day before yesterday, he was cuddling Feng Nu to sleep. Yesterday, he was cuddling Long Ling. Tonight, it should be Lan Chen's turn. Whenever he thought of what had happened between him and Lan Chen, his heart would become abnormally hot. At this time, when he saw Feng Nu asking him questions, Long Ling and Lan Chen also had doubts in their eyes. He hurriedly explained to Feng Nu, lest they think too much. Mu Jing looked at Nian Bing with a complicated expression. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She sighed softly and returned to her carriage. Nian Bing's group of 5, along with Yuruyan, sat on a spacious carriage. Under the escort of the Langmu Empire's diplomatic corps, they set off on a new journey towards the Langmu Empire. As soon as they got on the carriage, the 3 women asked their own questions. Because Yu Ruyin was present, Nian Bing hid the matter of the bloodline cult and only told them about Luo Ro's request. Feng Nu unhappily pinched Nian Bing's thigh, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. "You still aren't satisfied with us? You still want to seduce Luo Ro?" Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, "I am innocent. When did I seduce her?" Luo Ro said that she wanted us to live in seclusion and leave a room for her. How could I not agree? Yu Ruyin rejoiced in Nian Bing's misfortune as she watched the 3 ladies stare at Nian Bing. She laughed and said, "Hey, you silly boy. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? If Luo Ro didn't have feelings for you, why would she give you a keepsake? It can be a keepsake of an agreement, but it can also be a keepsake of love. You young people." Hearing Yu Ruyin's words, Feng Nu, Lan Chen, and Long Ling's gazes became even more unfriendly. Nian Bing only felt pain in 3 places at the same time. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Nu reached out and covered his mouth. "There is really nothing between me and Luo Ro. I just treat her as a friend. Let me go, I am really innocent." Nian Bing pretended to be pitiful and looked at the 3 girls. Lan Chen wanted to gain some sympathy, but the 3 women obviously didn't want to let him go. Lan Chen said faintly, "Nothing happened now, but it doesn't mean nothing will happen in the future. Sister, how do you think we should remind him not to fool around?" Feng Nu suppressed the laughter in her heart. She said, "That's easy, I have my ways. You can't be fooled by his pretense. No one can be soft-hearted." Without asking, Nian Bing knew what Feng Nu was going to do. He was afraid that the good time he had just enjoyed for 2 nights was about to come to an end. He looked at them helplessly and thought to himself, "Luo Ro, you have caused me a lot of trouble." After the Longmu Empire's diplomatic group left capital Sky City, they first headed in the northeast direction. bypassing the east side of the Celestial Wolf mountain range. 5 days later, they had already entered the Longmu Plains. They did not encounter any trouble along the way, and when they reached the plains, their speed immediately increased. Following the official road of the Longmu Empire, they headed straight for the Longmu Empire's capital, Maplewood City. Nian Bing had asked Feng Nu, and Feng Nu told him that the Feng People's Cinderwood Forest was about 600 li west of Maplewood City. She thought that it was because of the Phoenix volcano there were very few people around the Cinderwood Forest. It would not take too much time to reach Maplewood City before going to the Cinderwood Forest. It had been 8 days since they left capital Sky City. When it was close to evening, the diplomatic group had already arrived at Rosewood City, which was only 2 days away from Maplewood City. Mu Jing, Nian Bing, and Yurian discussed for a while and decided to rest for the night. The next morning, they would continue their journey at full speed, striving to reach Maplewood City as soon as possible. With Mu Jing's status as princess, they quickly checked into the most luxurious hotel in the city. Her subordinates had already arranged everything for them. For the past 8 days, they had spent most of their time in the wilderness. Staying in this luxurious room today, everyone could have a good rest. After dinner, Nian Bing took the initiative to look for Mu Jing. As the princess of the Longmu Empire, Mu Jing naturally stayed in the most luxurious room. Just the hall alone was more than 100 square meters. Mu Jing had Nian Bing sit on the sofa and personally made him a cup of fragrant tea. She smiled and said, "Is there anything you need from me?" Nian Bing said, "There are 2 more days until we reach Maplewood City. However, with the strength of a God-ranked expert in the heavenly mainland, if they were to fight in the city, I'm afraid it would cause damage to Maplewood City and cause panic among the citizens. So I think that if we want to kill that guy, we have to do it outside the city." Mu Jing nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. What you mean is you want me to lure him out of the city and do it outside the city." As she said this, she held a cup of tea and sat down beside Nian Bing. Mu Jing had just taken a bath, and her body exuded a clean fragrance mixed with her natural virgin fragrance. Smelling it, it was especially comfortable. The sofa was not very big, and when she sat down, she would inevitably touch Nian Bing's body. Mu Jing did not wear much, and at the place where the two touched, Nian Bing could almost feel the soft and smooth skin under the gauze skirt. His heart could not help but tremble slightly, and he moved a little to the side, saying, "Princess is a smart person. Luring that God-ranked expert out of the city is not a difficult matter. We will do it outside the city. After helping you solve this problem, it will be time to go our separate ways." Mu Jing held the fragrant tea in her hand and took a sip, looking at Nian Bing beside her. She could not help but reveal a trace of hidden bitterness. "Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? That Zamulin once said that I have an innate spiritual wood body. As long as any man gets my first time, it will be extremely beneficial for his cultivation. Nian Bing, I think it will be difficult for me to find a true love. If you are willing, I want to give my body to you. I don't ask for anything else. I just hope that when the Longmu Empire is in danger, you can help us a little." As he spoke, he leaned on Nian Bing's shoulder with a charming and shy blush. Although she was the most outstanding of the next generation of the Longmu Empire's royal family and had already reached the realm of a sorcerer at a young age, she was still a girl after all. She did not hesitate to make such a choice for her own country. But when she really had to face Nian Bing, her heart was extremely nervous. She knew that today was her last chance. If she could use her body to exchange for the peace of the Longmu Empire in the future, she felt that it was worth it. When Nian Bing revealed his powerful aura at the Four Nations Conference, he already had this idea. When Nian Bing treated Luo Ro, he really decided to do this. Whether it was Nian Bing's strength, influence in the Ice Moon Empire, or the Alai Empire, he knew that this was absolutely worth it. After all, Nian Bing was still a normal man. Mu Jing was originally extremely beautiful, and because she practiced the natural touch method and the innate spiritual body. The special life force contained in her body was very attractive to Nian Bing. When he approached Nian Bing's body and held her arm, a strong and strange feeling invaded Nian Bing's heart. Nian Bing did not expect that Mu Jing would actually make such a choice, but he naturally understood her purpose. A girl sacrificing her most precious thing for her own country. Feeling Mu Jing's fierce heartbeat, Nian Bing could not help but feel some pity in his heart. Placing the fragrant tea in his hand on the tea table in front of him, Nian Bing lightly stroked Mu Jing's silky long hair with his light shoes, sighed softly and said, "Princess, do you think this is worth it? With your outstanding performance, how could you not find true love? I admire your courage. When I found out that you used your own body to tempt Zamulin to agree to help the Longmu Empire, I really admired your courage. However, using your own body as a bargaining chip, the one who will be hurt in the end will only be yourself. Actually, I have never had any enmity towards the Longmu Empire, and I also do not wish to be involved in political disputes. However, for the sake of my friends and family, I have no choice but to enter this whirlpool and do my part. I am not worthy of you being so serious. If I wanted you, then what difference would there be between me and those gods like Zamulin? That's right. I have never thought of myself as a good person, nor am I willing to be such a pedantic good person. However, I am not despicable enough to use my own strength as bait to obtain a girl's body. You are a good girl, and your persistence is all for your own country. If you were not born into an imperial family, perhaps you could live a happy life." Nian Bing's voice was full of magnetism. When Mu Jing decided to give her body to him, she had thought of many possibilities, but she did not expect that he would say these things to her in such a gentle manner. Raising her head, she looked at Nian Bing with hazy eyes and said with a sad smile, "That's right. Being born into an imperial family, I did not have the right to choose. Do you know? You are the first man who did not use me as a tool. In the palace, whether it was father, emperor, or brother, they all saw my ability and the benefits that I could bring them. I have never felt the warmth of family love from them. You are different from Zamulin, and I have never compared you to him. I know that you have 3 beautiful female confidants. So how could you possibly take a fancy to me? I decided to give myself to you not only for the sake of the Longmu Empire, but also for myself. I am willing to do it. Even if you did not agree to help my country, I would still make the same choice. Because, don't ask me why, I just want to leave behind a beautiful memory for myself. Perhaps only such a beautiful memory can support me and give me the courage to continue living. Nian Bing, do you trust me? The matter between us will definitely become the deepest secret in my heart. I will never use this to threaten you, and I will never tell anyone about this matter. This is the first time in my life that I am begging someone for my own sake. Can you promise me?" Hearing Mu Jing's sobbing voice, it was impossible for Nian Bing not to be moved at all. However, he only felt pity for Mu Jing, and did not have the slightest desire between a man and a woman. He opened his arms and pulled Mu Jing into his warm embrace. His entire body emitted a rich life aura, comforting Mu Jing's heart. Under the stimulation of that enormous life force, Mu Jing's delicate body trembled slightly. Raising her head, Nian Bing moved her beautiful red lips closer. The pair of moving large eyes had already naturally closed. She was waiting for the only warmth in her life. Nian Bing raised Mu Jing's face and saw 2 drops of tears slide down her face. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Mu Jing opened her eyes in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mist as she sadly said, "You really don't want me? I only want to leave behind this memory. Nian Bing, am I Mu Jing not worth it? You are the first man to touch my body. Although I promised Jamulin, I have never let him touch my body. My body is still pure. Why? Nian Bing sighed softly and raised his hand to wipe away the tears in Mu Jing's eyes. "It's not worth it. A short memory will only make you sink into the abyss of pain. I can feel the pain in your heart, so how can I make it worse? Moreover, the desire between a man and a woman is only perfect when it is built on the basis of love. Otherwise, if you have lust but are heartless, what difference is there between you and a beast? I have a little sister called Kitty. She is innocent and cute. My wives and I all like her very much. Jing, I have already given my love to my lovers. Are you willing to be my other little sister? Luo Ro once made a promise with me. She said that she hoped that I would leave a room for her after my wives and I went into seclusion. When the matter with Aolon is over, she is willing to go into seclusion with us. If you are willing, I can also leave a room for you. I will not help the Longmu Empire. A royal family that does not even have family is not worth my help. However, I am willing to help you and help you escape from that abyss of pain. If you are willing, you can call me Big Brother. Mu Jing's body trembled even more violently. Looking at the gentleness in Nianbing's eyes, she felt as if she had returned to her childhood. All the emotions that had been hidden in her heart surged out. Big Brother! She suddenly threw herself into Nianbing's arms and burst into tears. The release of her emotions made her feel so comfortable. It was as if the restraints on her body had been released. She could feel Nianbing's sincere concern. His embrace was so warm and so safe. Nianbing did not stop her from crying. He allowed her sparkling tears to wet his clothes. He gently stroked her long hair and comforted her heart. After a long time, Mu Jing's crying gradually stopped. She still did not leave Nianbing's embrace. The depression in her heart had been completely released. She sobbed as she realized that her world was no longer as gloomy as before. Instead, it was so wonderful, especially when the warm embrace in front of her was so intimate. She really did not want to leave. If possible, she would rather stay like this forever. Nianbing patted Mu Jing's shoulder and helped her sit down. He said, "All right, you feel much better after crying. Jing, I will definitely keep my word. After I finish what I want to do and decide on a place to live in seclusion, I will definitely order someone to send a letter to you. Face everything bravely and abandon those burdens that should not be shouldered by you. Find your true self again. When you need help one day, go to the Ice Moon Empire. As long as you tell their king Yanfeng that you are my sister, he will definitely help you. Now, you should tell me about the situation of the other god so that I can make some preparations." Mu Jing looked deeply at Nianbing. She said, "Big Brother, thank you. Although you are not my biological brother, you give me a much better feeling than him. I will always remember your words. Do you know, ever since I became sensible, I did not know what I was living for." Chapter 198. Recalling the uses of the 7 major acupoints, Nianbing couldn't help but guess which 3 acupoints Theron had opened, and what stage he had reached. No matter what he had opened, he would be a threat to her. The Ice Goddess Priestess should have opened the Lizhong and West Meridian acupoints. In addition to the Huangji acupoint on her right hand, her Lizhong and West Meridian acupoints should have reached the middle stage. That was why Nianbing concluded that she already had the strength of the 13th step, which was above the 7 Dragon King. Last time, when he scared off the Ice Goddess Priestess, it was just a bluff. If they really fought one-on-one, Nianbing didn't have much confidence in winning. The Lizhong and Xiantian acupoints were used to condense energy, so the Ice Goddess Priestess didn't hesitate to use the Lizhong and Xiantian acupoints. Under the condition of using vitality, she could still use the 11th step forbidden spell without chanting. However, she definitely wouldn't be as relaxed as him. Unfortunately, in terms of the absolute power of magic, he was still 1 step behind her. The 12th step and the 13th step were 2 completely different concepts. Fortunately, he had a divine tool which could reduce the gap and give him some chances of winning in a real battle. And this time he had to deal with Theron. If his 3 acupoints had reached the middle stage, then no matter what they were, it would bring him a lot of trouble. It seemed that he still had to join forces with Halogen to destroy him. Gods shouldn't exist in this world. They were too strong, and they were all selfish people. Perhaps the best way to preserve the original state of Yangon was to destroy them one by one. Mu Jing saw that Nian Bing didn't speak for a long time, and thought that he was worried about something. She couldn't help but ask, "Brother, is it really that hard to deal with a god with 3 acupoints? What are acupoints?" Nian Bing came back to his senses and said, "Acupoints are the bottlenecks that humans face when they reach the limit. The 7 major acupoints can be said to be 7 bottlenecks. If humans can completely open all 7 acupoints, maybe they can really become gods. Do you know why my strength increased so quickly? Unfortunately, the 3 acupoints I've opened are different from those of ordinary people, so I can't really use their abilities. If I can open any of the other 4 acupoints, then my abilities will definitely take a qualitative leap. Unfortunately, aperture acupoints could not be opened just because one wanted to. Jing, you have a unique advantage. Work hard on cultivating your nature magic. I believe that you will definitely be able to open your aperture points." Mu Jing nodded and said, "Both Theron and Zamulin have told me this before. If I can open a suitable acupuncture point, I can immediately advance to the Archmage realm. Zamulin originally promised me that after I gave my body to him, he would think of a way to help me open a suitable acupuncture point. It's just that I didn't have much trust in him, so I kept delaying it. I didn't expect him to die at your hands." Nian Bing snorted disdainfully and said, "Zha Mulin's cultivation method is very special. He hasn't even opened his aperture acupoints. How can he help you? He's just lying to you. If he really does get your body, who knows what he'll do to you." The suitable acupoints he was talking about were the Li Zhong acupoint and the West Meridian acupoint. For us magicians, these 2 acupoints are extremely important. As long as you open one of them, you can indeed advance to the Archmage realm in a short time. Of the 7 major acupoints, there are 3 that are suitable for magicians and warriors. If you open an acupoint that is not suitable for you, although it will still be helpful, the help will be smaller. Comparatively speaking, opening acupoints is more effective for warriors. You must remember what I'm about to say. It will be very beneficial for you in your future cultivation. Of the 7 major acupoints, the Earth Emperor Extreme acupoint does not count. For us magicians, the most useful acupoints are the eye-opening, Li Zhong acupoint, and West Meridian acupoint. The eye-opening acupoint has the greatest effect, but even now, I haven't been able to completely grasp its rules. This is because every person who opens the eye-opening acupoint will have different effects. However, I can tell you this. The eye-opening acupoint can truly allow you to continuously improve your earth aperture. Not only can it allow you to distinguish the characteristics of all kinds of energy, but at the same time it will also greatly increase your mental strength. When your mental strength increases, your ability to control magic will naturally increase as well. When one's magic cultivation reaches a certain level, mental strength will become the core of a magician's efforts. As for the Li Zhong acupoint and the West Meridian acupoint, they have the effect of condensing energy and congregating innate qi. The reason why I said that opening the 7 major acupoints is more effective for warriors is mainly because these 2 acupoints are also very beneficial for warriors. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. The 7 major acupoints should not be balanced. After all, the eye-opening acupoint's effect far surpasses that of the other acupoints. The acupoints that are more suitable for warriors are the discrimination acupoint, the listening cloud acupoint, the earth spirit acupoint, and the Fangjia acupoint, which can increase one's speed. What I'm saying here is only in a relative sense. In truth, opening any one of these acupoints is beneficial for us. Your future cultivation should begin to develop towards the 7 major acupoints. Otherwise, when you reach the Archmage realm, you will reach a bottleneck. If you don't open your acupoints, it will be very difficult to break through. After all, a freak like Zamulin is in the minority. His cultivation method can also reach the strongest. Mu Jing looked at Nian Bing with some gratitude. As a sorcerer, she naturally understood how great the benefits of receiving guidance from an expert at her realm were. Nian Bing's selfless guidance made her even more aware that he really did not have any intentions of using her. The feeling of closeness grew even stronger. Brother, I will definitely work hard. Working hard to cultivate will allow me to better protect myself. Nian Bing smiled slightly and rubbed Mu Jing's long hair. He smiled and said, "All right, Jinger, I have to go back. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your sisters-in-law will be jealous. Instruct someone to take care of Theron's matter tonight. We will take care of him outside the city." Mu Jing sighed faintly and said, "My 3 sisters-in-law are really fortunate. Brother, how great would it have been if I could have known you a few years earlier?" Nian Bing only smiled gently at Mu Jing and turned to leave her room, closing the door behind him. Nian Bing sighed in his heart. Tianxiang had once told him that human nature was evil, while Cao had told him that human nature was good. Now, it seemed that he should have more faith in Cao. Everyone had their own story behind them. Who knew if those gods could change it? Habits formed over thousands of years might not be so easily changed. Moreover, with his own strength, it was impossible to change them. If he couldn't change them, then he could only destroy them. Killing one person to save 10,000 people, it was worth it. Nian Bing didn't return to his and Halogen's room. Instead, he went directly to Lan Chen and Long Ling's room. Because Yu Ruian was traveling with them, the 3 of them were no longer squeezed in one room. Feng Nu and Yu Ruian stayed together, while Lan Chen and Long Ling stayed together. During these 8 days of hurrying, Long Ling and the other 2 girls didn't know if it was because of Yu Ruian or because of Luo Ro's matter, but they still wanted to give Nian Bing a warning. They didn't have any intimacy with him. When they camped at night, they mostly stayed with Yu Ruian because their godmother was there. Nian Bing also didn't want to express too much, so he could only let them be. However, as a normal man, it was definitely a painful thing to be with 3 beautiful women who were deeply in love with him every day. Just now, Nian Bing told Mu Jing that he was lying. How could he not be tempted? He hadn't touched Feng Nu and the others for 8 days. God knows how much willpower he had to resist the temptation of Mu Jing's with spirit body. After knocking on the door a few times, the door opened. Long Ling poked her head out of the door. When she saw that it was Nian Bing, she couldn't help but giggle and let him in. Nian Bing closed the door behind him and saw Lan Chen sitting on his bed. It seemed that he was chatting with Long Ling. Nian Bing couldn't help but ask with concern, "Aren't you tired from rushing all the way?" Lan Chen smiled and shook his head. "Tired? When you weren't here, we kept cultivating every day. Rushing all the way is nothing. Where did you go just now? Why did you disappear after eating so selfishly?" Nian Bing said, "I just want to talk to Mu Jing. I think it's better if we don't go to Maplewood City. The Feng people's matter can't be delayed. The earlier we arrive, the more we understand the situation, the more confident we will be. Moreover, to deal with a 13th Order True God, if we attack in the city, we will definitely hurt the innocent. So I asked Mu Jing to lure him out of the city, and we will attack outside the city." Long Ling took the initiative to pull Nian Bing's big hand and let him sit down. She said, "You must be tired these days. Go back and rest early. Didn't you say that we have to rush all the way tomorrow morning?" Nian Bing said, "I really need to rest. Should I sleep on your bed or on Chinchin's floor? This problem needs to be carefully considered." Looking at the naughty smile on Nian Bing's face, Long Ling couldn't help but blush. "You're so hateful. Did you forget what Feng Nu's grandmother said? You can go and sleep on your own this time." Nian Bing hugged Long Ling and let her sit on his thighs, making full contact with her body. He immediately let out a long breath of comfort. Smelling the faint fragrance on Long Ling's body, he couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. "No, I won't go. These days I can't bear it anymore. With Mother here, I can't be too intimate with you two. In any case, Feng Nu and mother live together. If you don't say anything, she won't know. Long Ling's face turned red. She was always gentle and soft-hearted. Feeling Nian Bing's warm embrace and looking at his pleading eyes, she couldn't refuse and looked at Lan Chen with an inquiring gaze. Lan Chen chuckled and said, "What? You want to take our Ling-er's first time here? That won't do. There must be a good place with a good environment. Otherwise, wouldn't our Ling-er be at a disadvantage? You should go back and sleep. If big sister or mother comes and sees you, I want to see how you explain. I'm afraid big sister will give you a longer punishment." First, he was teased by Mu Jing. Then he hugged Long Ling's delicate body. Nian Bing's heart was already burning with a strong flame. He nodded and said, "Chen Chin, what you said is very reasonable. We can't just take our cute Ling-er in a hotel." After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh. He helped Ling-er stand up. Looking at his appearance, Long Ling couldn't bear it and gently pulled on his sleeve. She had already determined that Nian Bing was the only man in her life. Although her virginity was the most precious thing, she had to give it to him sooner or later. Why should she make him feel uncomfortable? Nian Bing pulled Long Ling's small hand and kissed her white fingers. Long Ling couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Nian Bing's eyes flashed, and he picked up Long Ling and placed her on the bed. When Long Ling's heartbeat quickened and she thought Nian Bing was going to do something, Nian Bing had already pulled the blanket over her. "Silly girl, sleep well. Although you can't walk, I must find a good place for your first time to leave you the best memory." As he said that, he raised his hand and a faint green light flashed. The lights in the room were immediately extinguished. Following that, Lan Chen's low cry of surprise was heard. After the lights were extinguished, Nian Bing immediately floated onto Lan Chen's bed and hugged her delicate body. He moved his head close to her cold ear and gently kissed it. In a low voice, he said, "Since you don't want Ling-er's first time to disappear, then my dear Chin Chin, tonight you can accompany me. I understand that you said that just now because you want me to accompany you. How can I have the heart to refuse? Hateful, that's not it. Woo." Without waiting for her to refute, her cold lips were kissed by Nian Bing. Long Ling couldn't help but secretly laugh. She thought to herself, "Chin Chin, this time you've gotten yourself into trouble." Chin Chen's selfish panting sounds are so heavy. What exactly was Nian Bing doing? Long Ling's heart warmed slightly and she pulled the blanket. In this dark room, she wanted to use her eyes to look, but the shyness in her heart prevented her from doing so. She hurriedly turned over and had her back to Nian Bing and Lan Chen. However, Lan Chen's deliberately suppressed moans still made her heart beat faster. Nian Bing hugged Lan Chen and burrowed into the bed. Lan Chen's cold body gradually melted in his warm embrace. In order to prevent her from rejecting him, Nian Bing kissed her lips. This was also the main reason why Long Ling heard Bing Yan's heavy panting. Nian Bing didn't move too much. He hugged Chin Chin and his hands wandered around her back, tightly pressing her body against his. Although Lan Chen and Nian Bing had sex once, that was still a year and a half ago. Suddenly suffering such a fierce attack, she immediately panted. If Long Ling could see her eyes right now, she would definitely find that Lan Chen's eyes, which were usually clear and beautiful, were now like silk. Her white skin exuded a seductive pink color. Nian Bing moved away from Lan Chen's lips and kissed her delicate face. He kissed her eyes, her eyebrows, and her swan-like, slender, beautiful neck. Every kiss would make Lan Chen's body tremble slightly. Her hands, which were initially pushing Nian Bing's chest, had already slid to his back. While panting, she felt this wonderful feeling. Her body and mind gradually opened up in front of her beloved man. Nian Bing's movements suddenly stopped. He used his forehead to press against Lan Chen's forehead and ask softly, "Chen Chin, can I?" Although he was eager to release his desire in front of his lover, he still respected their wishes. If they were not willing, Even if he endured bitterly, Nian Bing would not force them. The temperature in the quilt rose a lot. Under the warm quilt, Lan Chen felt her body was abnormally hot. She softly hummed to express her attitude. At this time, how could she refuse Nian Bing? But what made her heart full of shyness was that there was still Long Ling beside her. Wouldn't she be able to hear what he and Nian Bing were doing? However, it was also because of this reason that her heart also had a strong, strange feeling because Long Ling was beside her. Her body became even hotter. She was waiting for Nian Bing's real attack. After getting Lan Chen's response, Nian Bing no longer had any scruples. The clothes on the two people's bodies quickly decreased. After a while, Nian Bing finally felt that smooth and lustrous body again. His hands trembled a little, and his body became abnormally hot. The breath of life outside the Lizhong acupoint was constantly surging. They were still as choppy as the first time, but the feeling was completely different from the first time. At that time, they were venting in the desire ignited by the drug. But this time, they were releasing in each other's deep love. In the comfortable room, the feeling of spring gradually rose. The suppressed moans in Lan Chen's room gradually became louder. When their bodies finally joined together, the slight cries of pain accompanied by satisfied moans suddenly rose to the extreme. In each other's deep love, the passion gradually pushed to the peak. At this time, the most oppressed person was not Long Ling, who was eavesdropping at the side, but Oscar, whose spiritual power was completely sealed the moment Nian Bing went to bed. Nian Bing and Lan Chen's first time appeared under his witness. However, at that time, he only saw the foreplay before his spiritual power was sealed by Nian Bing. This time, he only knew what Nian Bing wanted to do. Min had already lost his perception of the outside world. He could clearly feel that Nian Bing's breath of life was constantly rising, and her blood was flowing faster. It seemed to be pushing towards an end point. The night was quiet, but it was not calm. When the light of dawn gradually shone on Rosewood City, another morning came. Annoying, I don't need you to help me. Lan Chen fiercely rolled her eyes at Nian Bing, and her beautiful face flushed red. Her steps were a little unsteady as she walked out the door. Nian Bing hurriedly went up to support her with a satisfied expression and said in a low voice, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that you're too tempting. Moreover, you're the one who asked for it. Chun Chin, who looked cold on the outside, had a fiery heart. After tasting the forbidden fruit, the two of them made love from night to dawn. Of course, Long Ling also did not sleep. At this time, her gentle and beautiful eyes were emitting a tired expression. Although Lan Chen was no longer a virgin, she had only done it with Nian Bing once before. It would be strange if she could adapt to this kind of all-night punitive expedition. Her lower body constantly emitted a strange feeling, causing her to walk unnaturally. Nian Bing turned to look at Long Ling and said, Ling, are you okay? Looking at you, it seems like you didn't rest well. Long Ling unhappily glared at him and said with dissatisfaction, You're still pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of me. You guys did that for a night. It would be strange if I could sleep. Annoying. I'm going to take a shower first. The moist feeling from her lower body made her face blush. She got off the bed, gave Nian Bing a hard pinch, and rushed to the bathroom. Lan Chen opened the door and poked her head out to look outside. She couldn't help but shrink back. The Longmu Empire's diplomatic group had already woken up and were packing up. She couldn't help but feel anxious. How could she go out to meet people like this? She turned to look at Nian Bing, but saw him counting her fingers. She didn't know what he was doing, so she couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with you? Nian Bing laughed mischievously and said in a low voice, I'm counting how many times we did it last night, and it seems to be 5 times. No, there was another time when I was taking a shower, so it should be 6 times. You're going to die. Lan Chen ignored the discomfort in her lower body. She took 2 steps in front of Nian Bing and grabbed his ear. Lower your voice. Do you want everyone to hear? Nian Bing cried out in pain and said, "Be gentler. My good wife, it's my fault, okay? Fortunately, I have 3 wives. Otherwise, I really can't bear to do this to you every night." Lan Chin rolled her eyes at him, but didn't refute. After a night of conquest, her body was sore, but he still looked so lively. She was afraid that she couldn't satisfy his desires alone. Bad Nian Bing, how do you want me to meet people like this? If sister and mother see this, I don't want to live anymore. Nian Bing held her face and kissed her gently and said with a smile, "This is easy to solve. Since we can't walk, we'll just fly. You can fly directly to the car. Who can see anything? It's strange. Even if you're a little injured, I used magic to treat people. Why haven't you recovered your ability to walk?" Looking at Lan Chen's unkind eyes, he didn't dare to say the rest of the words. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Long Ling had already started to take a bath. Lan Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Last night, Ling turned the world upside down. I'm afraid this girl has also been moved. Nian Bing hugged Lan Chen and sat down, letting her sit on his lap. He held her chest with one hand, put his face on her face, and said softly, "Chin Chin." Lan Chen held Nian Bing's mischievous hand from the outside and said in a bad mood, "What?" She was surprised to find that her body had only been touched by Nian Bing, and she immediately felt something. She couldn't help but think in her heart, "When did I become so sensitive? Am I still the Bing Yin of the past?" In fact, she didn't know that because Nian Bing had fused with Cao and absorbed such a large amount of life energy, his life aura had already reached the peak. The most primitive chapter of life was the desire between men and women. Ever since Nian Bing returned, his body was invisibly emitting life aura, which naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding women. This was also one of the reasons why Mu Jing wanted to throw herself into his arms. After Lan Chin fused with him, her life aura and Nian Bing's life aura communicated. Because Nian Bing's life aura was too large, it had a great attraction to her life aura. This was also why she would have many orgasms when fusing with Nian Bing. She couldn't get tired of it. Although her body was very tired now, the essence of Nian Bing's life was constantly changing her life energy and also changing her body. Nian Bing held Lan Chen's small hand and said, "I'm sorry I was too impatient last night. Don't blame me, okay? For more than a year, I've missed you guys too much. Last night, I also wanted to control myself, afraid that I would hurt you, but the love and desire in my heart for you guys made me unable to control myself. That's why it was like this. Next time, I will be careful and cherish you even more, okay?" Hearing Nian Bing admit his mistake, Lan Chin couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. She hugged his neck, kissed him lightly on the lips, and said, "Okay, how can I blame you? Actually, isn't it the same for me?" There was a sudden knock on the door. Lan Chin hurriedly got up from Nian Bing's lap. Nian Bing knew that it was inconvenient for her to walk, so she had to bite the bullet and walk up to open the door. But the person who came was not as she imagined. It was not Yu Ruyan, nor was it Feng Nu. It was the little sister she had just recognized last night, Mu Jing. Mu Jing saw that the one who opened the door was Nian Bing and didn't feel strange. She chuckled and said, "Brother, we should go." Nian Bing's face turned red and said, "How did you know I was here?" "Ling is taking a bath. We'll come out after she finishes." Mu Jing said in a low voice, "It was sister-in-law Feng Nu who told me. Brother, you're really good. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Nian Bing looked at her, stunned. He didn't think that Mu Jing would say such words. He knew that it was useless for him to explain anything now. He could only bitterly smile and said, "Okay, you go first. We'll come out." Mu Jing chuckled and said, "Okay, we'll wait for you outside." Once again embarking on the journey, sitting in the carriage, Nian Bing was once again interrogated by the 3 departments. It wasn't because he sneaked into Lan Chen and Long Ling's room last night, but because Mu Jing called him brother. Nian Bing explained to them about Mu Jing's life and thoughts. It was not easy to struggle out of the three women's questions. What made him feel strange was that, of course, Nian Bing knew that Feng Nu and Yu Ruyan lived next door. Lan Chen's moans were getting louder and louder. There was no reason for them not to hear it. But since Feng Nu didn't ask, he was also happy to be free. Naturally, he also pretended not to know. With the help of Nian Bing's wind magic, Lan Chen flew directly to the carriage. He sat in the carriage for a full day before he recovered. On the way, Mu Jing told Nian Bing that she had already sent people to Maplewood City last night, using Zamulin's injury as an excuse. She tricked Nian Bing to meet up with them. According to the time, they would meet at most tomorrow morning. When night fell, because the diplomatic mission had rushed at full speed for the whole day, they couldn't find a place to stay. They could only sleep in the wilderness. The carriage could accommodate 8 people, but if they slept, it could only accommodate 4. Nian Bing and Halogen naturally gave the carriage to Yu Ruyan and Lan Chen. The two of them, along with the rest of the diplomatic mission, stayed by the bonfire to keep warm. As they traveled north, the temperature dropped. Although it didn't affect Nian Bing and Halogen much, the cold wind didn't feel very comfortable. "Nian Bing, I really envy you," Halogen mumbled as he stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth. With the help of the longevity saber, his figure looked even more imposing than Nian Bing's. Nian Bing smiled faintly. "Envious that I was born in Yangon, or that I have 3 close female friends. Actually, Brother Halogen, with your character and strength, you'll definitely find a girl suitable for you." Halogen shook his head. "No, I definitely won't find a human to be my wife. How could you humans like us dwarves? The envy I'm talking about is your family and friendship, right? Did you know? I've lived for so long, and you're my only friend. Although I'm still sad because of my mother's death, I can't help but admit that my mother's choice was right. It was only after I left that I realized how little I had seen in the past. In the time that I spent with you in Yangon, I learned more than I did in the past hundreds of years. Nian Bing, thank you." Nian Bing patted Halogen's shoulder. "Let me think about it. Right now, it's really hard for me to decide whether to help you return Lost Continent. After all, this matter involves too many people." Halogen smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter. You don't have to be troubled. I've already decided on this matter, and it's something I have to do. But you don't have to do this. After all, you don't belong to Lost Continent." Nian Bing said, "I'm actually very conflicted in my heart. Brother Jean Luen, I'm the same as you. I hate those gods. Regardless of whether they're right or wrong, I can't stand the selfishness and despicableness that I've seen. However, God's continent is still sealed. Our world is still in peace. I don't want to break this peace. If Lost Continent returns, the impact on Yangon can be predicted. After so many years, who knows what Lost Continent has become? We still have some time. Let me think about it." Halogen was just about to say something, when suddenly a long whistle came from afar. The whistle was loud and sharp, arrogant and overbearing. Nian Bing's face slightly changed. 30 miles away. A whistle that came from 30 miles away could actually be heard. Without asking, he already knew who it was. But he didn't expect him to come so quickly. He and Halogen looked at each other, and the two stood up at the same time. Mu Jing jumped down from her carriage. Standing about 10 feet away from Nian Bing and Halogen, she nodded to them. Feng Nu, Long Ling, Lan Chen, and Yu Ruyan also got down one after another. Nian Bing and Halogen flashed in front of them. Nian Bing said, "Brother Halogen, and I will deal with this god. Mom, you guys stand guard at the side. If that guy wants to escape, you must stop him." Nian Bing had no choice but to be fully prepared because he didn't know which 3 acupuncture points this celestial Theron had unlocked. Otherwise, if Theron had unlocked the Earth's spirit cave and he insisted on escaping, it would be very difficult to stop him. Chapter 199. Mu Jing ran in front of Nian Bing and said, "Brother, let me help you." Nian Bing shook his head and said, "No, if a 13th Order master counterattacks before death, it will be very powerful. You stay here. Brother Halogen, let's go and meet them." As he said that, he and Halogen leapt up at the same time. With 2 leaps, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Yu Ruian nodded to Lan Qin and the other 2 girls. 2 blue and 2 red lights appeared on their bodies at the same time and flew in 4 different directions. When Mu Jing and her delegation could no longer see their figures, except for Long Ling, Yu Ruian, and the others released their royal feathers. Yu Ruian rushed north. Feng Nu and Lan Qin flew to the east and west respectively. Long Ling stayed in the south, which was closest to the delegation. They understood Nian Bing's meaning. This was a killing array. Nian Bing and Halogen came to a stop on a spacious plain. With a yellow light, the longevity blade separated from Halogen and returned to Nian Bing's hand. A 7-colored light was released from Nian Bing's Tianyan acupoint. Under his control, his psychic power fanned out to the north. Soon he could clearly feel a person coming towards him at an astonishing speed. This time, Nian Bing decided to use another method to deal with this god. The 7-colored light shone at the same time. With Emperor Kurobutsu as the leader, 7 shadow puppets appeared at the same time. Carrying 7 divine blades, they hid in the dark night sky. Using his psychic power, he felt that the person was getting closer and closer to them. Nian Bing nodded to Halogen. Halogen's god-slaying axe was already in his hand. Because he was wearing a black dwarven armor, it was not obvious in the night. Black fighting aura shone around his body. His whole body actually slowly sank into the ground. For a moment, only Nian Bing was left in the empty space. The fiery red light was particularly conspicuous in the night, bouncing on the ground like a shooting star. From Nian Bing's discovery to his arrival in front of Nian Bing, only a few breaths of time had passed. He retracted his psychic power. Nian Bing's body emitted a 7-colored brilliance at the same time, which immediately attracted the fiery red figure's attention. With a light sound of surprise, the fiery red figure stopped 300 feet away from Nian Bing. Although it was night and the figure's body was surrounded by fiery red fighting aura, Nian Bing could still clearly see his appearance. This person was wearing a dark red armor. The armor looked very arrogant. The 2 huge breastplates in front of the chest were made of an unknown red gemstone. The shoulder plates were very wide and extended a foot from both sides of the shoulders. The belly plate below the breastplate looked like fish scales. Obviously, in order to not affect the flexibility, this dark red armor was inlaid with a diamond-shaped gemstone. This gemstone was also red, but it looked more sparkling than the 2 big rubies on the breastplate. The whole armor was like a burning flame. Although Nian Bing did not know much about armor, she could still see that this armor was extraordinary. She couldn't help but secretly praise in her heart. There were indeed a lot of ores on the godly mainland. She didn't know how this armor was made. At this moment, Halogen's anxious voice sounded in Nian Bing's ears. "Brother, we must seize this armor. This is one of the 12 divine artifacts, forged by our dwarf race. It is called the Fire Cloud Armor. Not only does it have an extremely strong defensive power, but it also has an extremely high enhancement effect on fire-attributed Douqi. Its greatest feature is its ability to shrink. With a slight modification, it can adapt to any body shape." Nian Bing didn't answer Halogen. Her gaze moved from the armor to the face of the person who came. He looked like he was in his 30s. His face was very long, and his small eyes narrowed into a line. He was also sizing up Nian Bing. The most distinctive feature was his aquiline nose. The nose bone bulged forward, looking very sinister. "Who are you? Are you sent by Mu Jing to welcome me? Why haven't I seen you before?" The person looked at Nian Bing with a bit of doubt. Hearing his question, Nian Bing knew that she definitely found the right person. She smiled indifferently and said, "Although you don't know me, I know you. You should be called Theron." "How dare you?" Theron snorted coldly. The surrounding temperature obviously rose a bit. "You dare to call me by my name? That's enough for you to die 10 times. Are you Mu Jing's subordinate?" Nian Bing shook her head and said, "Of course not. However, I am indeed here to wait for you. Not to mention you, even the master gods of the godly mainland wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of me." The 7-colored radiance instantly turned golden, and a huge pressure filled the air. Theron was stunned and took a step back. His expression changed slightly. "Extreme Emperor Acupoint." Nianbing smiled and said, "At least you have some knowledge. Your good brother Zamulin has already gone to hell to wait for you. Now you can go with him." The pressure instantly increased, and the 7-colored figure lit up around Theron. 7 divine sabers carried the condensed energy of the 7 attributes and attacked Theron from different directions. Dozens of dark red palm shadows burst out from Theron at the same time. The dark red aura seemed to burn the air, creating ripples like water. The 7 shadow puppets retreated immediately after the attack and didn't come into contact with the dark red palm shadows. When the palm shadows disappeared, the 7 shadow puppets rushed forward again. The sharp aura brought by the 7-colored light seemed to have materialized and went straight for the vital parts of Theron's body. Theron snorted and waved his hands to form an airtight barrier around his body. If there were only 7 shadow puppets, apart from Emperor Kurobutsu, who could threaten him, the other shadow puppets wouldn't be able to break his protective do-chi even if he didn't defend himself. However, the 7 divine sabers in the 7 shadow puppets' hands made him have to be on guard. As a god who had lived for thousands of years, he naturally saw the power of the 7 divine sabers. He treasured his fire cloud armor very much and was afraid that it would be damaged by the divine sabers. Among the shadow puppets, only Emperor Kurobutsu could release an attack that exceeded the 12th level. The other 6 shadow puppets, even with the divine sabers, could only release an attack of the 10th level at most. Facing the 13th level Theron, they were stuck in a stalemate for a while. Nian Bing had communicated with Emperor Kurobutsu before. In the Lake of Death, due to the nourishment of a large amount of death energy, Emperor Kurobutsu's soul had completely recovered. However, because he had lost his physical body, it was very difficult for him to return to his peak state. Therefore, he could only maintain an attack of the 12th level. Emperor Kurobutsu also told him that. He and Emperor Kurobutsu practiced a special technique that was suitable for energy bodies. Under the effect of the demon-devouring saber, it would take a certain amount of time for them to achieve a breakthrough. At this time, facing a powerful enemy, Emperor Kurobutsu's battle intent was getting stronger and stronger. Every attack of the demon-devouring saber would take a lot of Theron's energy. Theron was already at the 13th level, and with the help of the fire cloud armor, he was able to become a god. Although he couldn't be compared with a master god, he was still one of the master god candidates on the godly mainland. His strength wasn't below that of Aeolus, who had defeated the sacred teacher. This time he was one of the 3 leaders who came to the Yangon continent. This was something that Nian Bing didn't expect. Although the 7 shadow puppets' combined attacks were powerful, it was extremely difficult to hurt him. If it wasn't because he was more afraid of Nian Bing's existence, and because he could only use 90% of his strength under the pressure released by Nian Bing, the shadow puppets probably wouldn't be able to stop him. Nian Bing's spiritual power was completely connected with her shadow puppets. Through the shadow puppets' attacks, she quickly analyzed Theron's strength. It was obvious that Theron wasn't using his full strength now. His strength was obviously much stronger than that of Zamulin. Although Zamulin was close to the 13th level, he hadn't truly reached the 13th level. Even if it was Halogen, in a one-on-one situation, he would still be injured. Even if it was a one-on-one fight, he would still be able to destroy Zamulin. not to mention the earth fire cloud armor he was wearing. Just the fighting aura condensed to the point where it was almost solid with every palm strike made Ling Nianbing greatly astonished. This was because, although he used his fighting aura to attack, the loss of fighting aura was extremely small. In a situation where he didn't come into contact with the shadow puppets, he could actually withdraw his fighting aura and reduce the consumption to the minimum. Now, Nianbing was almost certain that this god in front of her had definitely opened the Lizhong acupoint and had at least reached the middle stage. With this judgment, the golden light emitted from Nianbing's body suddenly retracted. A seven-colored light condensed between her eyebrows and shot in a straight line towards Theron's location. Theron was startled. Just as he was about to move, he saw the seven-colored light suddenly spread out, turning into a huge light screen that enveloped a radius of 100 feet around him. The originally relaxed feeling from the disappearance of the pressure suddenly increased. His earth-fire fighting aura actually weakened a bit in that instant. The speed of the 7 shadow puppets that had been harassing him suddenly doubled, and the light on the 7 divine swords became even more dazzling. This immediately made Theron nervous. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He shifted his domain to the Tian-Yen acupoint. A feeling of horror filled his heart, and his hand couldn't help but weaken a bit. The devil-devouring saber in Emperor Kurobutsu's hand cut through the defense of the armor, leaving a shallow mark on the fire cloud armor. Theron was very clear about what the Huangji acupoint and Tian-Yen acupoint represented. The anger in his heart instantly subsided, and his eyes flickered. He waved his right hand, and a flaming long saber instantly appeared in his hand. It circled around his body, and the dark red light instantly forced the 7 shadow puppets to retreat. He held the saber with both hands and slashed towards the shadow puppets. Emperor Kurobutsu's actual combat experience was definitely no less than Theron's. No matter if it was in the past or now, he would never retreat when facing an enemy. The devil-devouring saber released a black light as it brazenly met Theron's attack. The collision of the battle auras brought about a sharp whistling sound. Emperor Kurobutsu let out a muffled groan as his body was sent flying more than 30 meters away with the devil-devouring saber. His originally solid body suddenly became somewhat illusory. However, Theron didn't have it easy either. Because he attacked Emperor Kurobutsu with all his strength, his body was instantly slashed by the other 6 divine sabers. His protective battle aura could only weaken the attack by 60%. With the help of the 6 divine sabers, Theron's body emitted a layer of milky white brilliance. As the brilliance flickered, the 6 shadow puppets were pushed back. However, Theron's body also staggered a little. 6 different types of magical elements intertwined with each other and invaded his body. If it wasn't for the fire cloud armor filtering most of the attacks, Theron would have been injured. However, the combination of the 6 types of magic elements and the dark element from the shadow marionettes had put a huge burden on him. For a moment, Theron had no choice but to gather all of his combat aura to fight against the magic elements, trying to force them out of his body. Nianbing roared into the sky and shouted, "Oscar!" His slender body leaped high into the air as a loud dragon roar sounded. Gray light spots condensed under Nianbing. When his body reached the highest point, the gray light spots that condensed in the air suddenly revealed their true form. When Nianbing's body reached the highest point, the gray light spots that condensed in the air suddenly revealed their true form. A gray dragon that was 70 meters long appeared and carried Nianbing into the sky. The gray dragon had a layer of golden luster on its body, and the gray scales on its body expanded as it roared. The gray dragon's body was similar to that of a normal dragon, but there was only a single horn that was about 5 meters long on its head. The horn was dark gold in color. Where Nianbing was standing, his body seemed to be connected with the dragon. The clothes on his body disappeared, and a layer of gray scales that were the same as the dragon's grew on his skin. It was as if he was a part of the dragon. Spells of the 7 elements rained down from the sky like hailstones. There was only one target, Theron. A strange scene occurred. Those spells that were only at the 6th and 7th grade would immediately increase in power by 1 grade after entering the 7-colored light barrier. Due to the large number of spells, Theron was caught off guard. Although these magic elements didn't really hurt his body, they formed a connection with the magic elements that invaded his body. It seemed to be a connection that came from the innate energy, causing the 7 types of magic elements that were about to be expelled to wreak havoc in his body. Theron cried out in surprise, "Dragon Magician!" The fear in his heart grew even stronger. He waved the flaming saber in his hand, creating countless afterimages that dissolved the spells that were descending from the sky. Thinking back to what Nian Bing said about Zamulin going to hell, Theron didn't want to fight anymore. After all, what was more important than his own life? Just as Theron had to deal with the spells that were descending from the sky, as well as the magical elements in his body, a black shadow silently leapt up from behind him. Wherever he leapt, the soil around him disappeared. The black combat aura became the best cover in the silent night. When Theron realized the danger behind him, the huge black battle axe was only 3 meters away from his body. In this crisis, Theron displayed the battle experience that he had accumulated for thousands of years. A red halo burst out from his body, instantly dissolving the spells that were descending from the sky. The flaming saber in his hand drew an arc in the air from the left, forcing the 7 shadow puppets to retreat at the same time. When the flaming saber drew an arc from the left to the right, Theron used the strength of his waist to drive the saber in his hand. The power accumulated to a peak state in an instant, and he slammed it against Halogen's battle axe. At this moment, he couldn't care less about controlling the magical elements that were exploding from his body. Oscar, who was in the air, flapped his wings and flew high into the sky after Nian Bing's warning. Immediately after, a white dot appeared below him. The dot of light instantly enlarged, and a huge rumbling sound, along with shock waves and dirt, spread to every corner within a radius of 5 meters in the blink of an eye. The dazzling white light was actually the spark of the collision. If it wasn't for Nian Bing's heavenly eye, she might have temporarily lost her vision under the effect of the white light. The surging light flashed, and the violent energy waves that came from below made him feel like he was back in the land of gods. Halogen's body was sent flying at a faster speed than when he came. However, how could his close to level 13 power be weak when combined with the super divine weapon, the god-slaying axe, be weak? Nian Bing's 7 shadow puppets instantly turned into 7 streaks of light and disappeared in the air after receiving the message from his spiritual energy. This was all thanks to the ability of the spatial shadow puppet, which instantly teleported the 7 streaks of light and the 7 swords into the air, preventing them from being caught in the crossfire. When Halogen's body fell to the ground, he had already lost control of his body. Wrapped in the dim black light, his body was rubbed on the ground for about 30 meters. At this moment, the dwarf mystic armor played a crucial role in protecting his strong body from external injuries. However, when Halogen's body stopped at the end of the ravine, he opened his mouth and spat out a rain of blood. Compared to Halogen, Theron was in an even worse state. The flaming long sword that he used wasn't formed by the condensation of battle chi. Instead, it was a special ore that could release raging flames. At this moment, the raging flame long sword that he regarded as his most valuable treasure had already turned into bits and pieces that scattered in the distance, emitting tiny flames. Theron's body was at least half of its original size. Below his waist, he had completely sunk into the ground. With him as the center, the surrounding soil had completely turned into scorched earth. The cracks on the ground that had sunk 30 meters into the ground spread far away. Fresh blood flowed out from his mouth. The fire cloud armor was indeed a divine weapon made by the dwarves. There wasn't any damage on the surface. However, even a super divine weapon like the dwarf mystic armor couldn't completely neutralize the shock waves caused by the collision of energy. let alone the fire cloud armor. Under Shu Luan's full power attack, the headband on Theron's head had already been sent flying dozens of zhang away. His long black hair draped over his shoulders, making him look like a ghost. His originally bronze face had turned white. Looking carefully, Theron's face had turned white. Not only was blood gushing out from his mouth, but it was also seeping out from his 7 orifices. He couldn't even lift his right hand anymore. His chest was heaving up and down as if he was gasping for breath. His slender eyes flashed with a fierce light, but anyone could tell that he was just putting on a brave front. His body had already suffered serious internal injuries. Faint, rainbow-colored radiance constantly flowed out from his pale face. He couldn't even force out the 7 magic elements from his body, and they even appeared on his skin. It was obvious that he was in a terrible state. Nian Bing rode on Oscar and floated in midair without moving. Of course, he knew how lucky he was to be able to land that attack. If he hadn't attracted Master Siluan's attention and used his skies, domain, and earth puppet to injure Master Siluan, he wouldn't have been able to escape. She was afraid that Halogen's attack wouldn't have had such an effect. A level 13 true god was indeed powerful, let alone one who had opened the West Meridian, Fangjia, and Lijiang acupoints. When she saw the milky white radiance on Theron's body for the first time, Nian Bing had already determined which acupoint he had opened. The milky white defensive energy was obviously from the Fangjia acupoint, and the prerequisite for the Fangjia acupoint was to have the West Meridian. However, what Nian Bing didn't expect was that, under the effect of her Sky Eye realm, which had cut off Theron's connection with the Xiantian Qi in the outside world, his Fangjia acupoint could still display such a powerful defensive ability. As for the Lijiang acupoint, which Theron used to condense energy, he couldn't hold back anymore because of Halogen's combined attack. What Nian Bing was paying attention to now was the faint red radiance on Theron's body. As a level 13 true god, Theron was far beyond Zamulin's reach. Nian Bing could faintly feel that Theron wouldn't die so easily. Therefore, she was waiting for Theron to change and also waiting for Halogen to catch his breath. In terms of the strength of her attacks, Nian Bing knew that she couldn't compare to Halogen. Without Halogen's attack power, even if she could trap Theron with her own strength, she wouldn't be able to inflict any fatal injuries on him. Oscar let out a low roar. Golden gray energy surrounded his body. His current body was completely condensed from energy. When Oscar's Dragon God's Heart Sutra broke through to the 5th level, he was already able to do this. With energy as his body and his soul as support, although he wasn't a true giant dragon, his strength definitely wouldn't be inferior to ordinary dragons. Furthermore, he had a unique condition, which was the supreme energy attribute. Halogen stood up shakily from the gully, and a trace of praise appeared in his eyes. He admired Theron's strength and wished that his ancestor had suffered a great loss in the hands of a true god. Just this true god expert alone was enough to make him, who had 2 super divine artifacts, have a hard time dealing with him. If there was another opponent with the same strength as Theron, he and Nian Bing wouldn't be able to destroy the opponent, but would have to escape first. 2 against 1, after all, wasn't something to be proud of. However, for his own wish and for the sake of his ancestor, he had to make this choice. Theron's breathing gradually became softer. His eyes were focused on Halogen. The fire cloud armor's radiance was much dimmer than before. After all, no matter how powerful a divine artifact was, it still required the owner's strength to activate it. Dwarf, I didn't expect to see a dwarf here. His sharp voice sounded very calm, which didn't match his appearance at all. Ma Luan snorted coldly and strode towards Theron with firm steps. We dwarves are always born to pursue our beliefs. You gods can come to this beautiful continent. Why can't we dwarves do the same? Theron, accept your fate. At least 30% of your meridians have been broken by my battle chi. You don't have any chance left. Theron smiled strangely and looked up at Nian Bing in the sky. That's right. This is indeed a very good trap. For a single wood crystal, I now believe that Zamulin has indeed died at your hands. Unfortunately, I'm not him. What do you think? Do you think I won't die even if 30% of my meridians are broken? If so, you have underestimated us, true gods. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped his hand. It wasn't slapping towards Halogen or Nianbing in the sky. Instead, it was slapping towards his lower abdomen with a ball of dark red light. Nianbing flew in the sky because she had a good judgment of the situation. For martial artists like Theron and Halogen, it didn't mean that they didn't have the ability to fly. However, using battle chi to fly consumed a lot of essence energy. Therefore, martial artists wouldn't use it unless they had no other choice. A magician's flying speed with magic was indeed inferior to a martial artist's. However, Nianbing wasn't just a magician. Just like what Theron exclaimed earlier, when Oscar awakened, he was already a dragon magician. No matter how fast a person could fly with battle chi, they couldn't be compared to the overlords of the sky. Therefore, when Nianbing, who was sitting on Oscar's back, ascended into the sky, she was already in an invincible position. The red light instantly flashed, and Nianbing's heart suddenly tightened. He finally understood what Theron was trying to do. The place he slapped was the West Meridian acupoint, one of the 7 major acupoints in the human body. The red flames burned again, but this time there was an additional golden luster in the red. The flames burned more intensely than before, and the area covered by the battle chi suddenly doubled. The entire set of fire cloud armor became as transparent as a gem. Not only Halogen on the ground, but even Nianbing in the sky was illuminated by this sun-like light. Be careful, Big Brother Halogen. This guy is crazy. He destroyed his own West Meridian acupoint. Destroying an acupoint could also be called an acupoint explosion. Once an acupoint was destroyed, the damage to the human body was irreparable. Not only would essence chi leak out along with the damaged acupoints, but once an acupoint was damaged, it couldn't be healed. When an acupoint exploded, it would be impossible to open another acupoint. In serious cases, it could even lead to death. However, an acupoint explosion could also bring great benefits. Just like Nianbing's life cursing technique, it was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst, but the effect was great. By using one's own essence chi as the price and using one's own body as the foundation, one could cause an acupoint explosion that had been opened to the middle stage and above to instantly gain twice the power of that acupoint. In other words, now that Theron's West Meridian acupoint exploded, he could gain twice the power of the West Meridian acupoint in the ultimate realm. Although the duration wasn't very long, the power it brought was absolutely destructive. Halogen stopped moving forward, but the fighting spirit in his eyes didn't weaken at all. He slowly raised the god-slaying axe with both hands, and a line of golden words appeared on the black axe, Babatolu. A strange incantation sounded out from his mouth, and Lu's body began to change. His originally robust body suddenly increased in size, and even his height was taller than before. The black, short-handled battle axe in the intense black light turned into a huge battle axe that was 3 zhang long. The handle of the battle axe was as thick as an arm, and the surface of battle axe was as wide as a door. The black blade of the battle axe was emitting a layer of dark blue luster. Lu's eyes instantly turned white, and a black stream of air like a whirlpool rapidly revolved around his body. It was as if Theron didn't see what was happening to Halogen's body. The sudden destruction of his West Meridian acupoint caused dozens of blood vessels in his body to burst, and an enormous amount of Xiantian qi crazily rushed out from his body. The Sky Eye domain that Nianbing released earlier had already disappeared in the last clash between Theron and Halogen. Even if the Sky Eye domain still existed, it wouldn't be able to stop such a crazy amount of Xiantian qi. Nianbing coldly snorted, and the 7 divine blades appeared once again. However, this time, there were no 7 shadow puppets accompanying them. Due to the previous explosion of energy, the blade souls of the 7 divine blades had been damaged to a certain extent. Nian Bing could only rely on himself now. Theron's craziness and Halogen's mutation stimulated Nian Bing's battle intent to surge. Under the effect of the 7 divine blades, the 7 elements in the air continuously gathered around his body, and the 7-colored light gradually became brighter. Nian Bing stretched out his hands and grabbed the sai of the snow goddess, Morning Dew Blade and the roar of the fire god, Righteous Yang Blade, respectively. The 2 blades drew a triangle in front of him at lightning speed, and a hexagram of ice and fire immediately appeared in front of him. The 5 divine blades of Kuming began to revolve around Nian Bing's body. On his chest, a layer of soft green light appeared. His azure blue eyes instantly turned golden, and Nian Bing's body completely entered into battle mode. A god, a dwarf, and an ordinary human. The power of the 3 of them was increasing crazily. Under the effect of the monstrous energy, the cracks on the ground were expanding, and deep trenches gradually appeared. The ground seemed to be shaking, and all the energy in the surroundings surged along with it. The fiery red light around Theron's body kept rising, and he was floating in the air, surrounded by the fiery red light. His messy black hair turned into green smoke and disappeared. His right hand was still on his lower abdomen, and the fire cloud armor that was emitting a red light that was even brighter than the gem on his headband. His fire-attributed combat chi was still at level 13, but the fire elements in the air under the effect of the innate chi formed a circle of dazzling light around his body. At the cost of destroying his acupuncture points, he had already obtained the sound he wanted. The fire cloud armor made creaking sounds, and it seemed like it would explode at any time due to Theron's bulging muscles. The almost transparent armor was stimulated by the surging fire elements in the surroundings, and it released a power that was stronger than ever before. Blasphemy will only lead to destruction. Theron's voice became abnormally gloomy. He stared coldly at Halogen in front of him and clasped his hands in front of his chest. A golden red flame rose from his hands, and a long blade made completely of flames appeared in front of him. He waved the long blade in his hand lightly, and the soil on the ground turned into green smoke, leaving a bottomless trace. Chapter 200. At this moment, Nian Bing had a strange idea in her mind. Xiluin had sacrificed his West Meridian acupoint in exchange for a huge amount of Xiantian Qi. His cultivation ability was of the fire attribute. Therefore, his battle Qi was able to attract a huge amount of fire elements under the effect of the Xiantian Qi. Judging from the heat emitted from his saber, it should be far beyond the level of the heaven fire. Then, how would this golden red flame compare to the phoenix fire that the Feng people might encounter at the upcoming ceremony? Halogen moved. His ability had been raised to the limit by the simple, wordless incantation. As a super-divine artifact, the dwarf divine armor was obviously superior to the fire cloud armor. Although his body had expanded a lot, the dwarf divine armor had also grown along with his body. It still completely covered his body. Raising the giant battle axe high up, Halogen stomped hard on the ground. Instantly, a huge pit that was 30 meters wide and 30 meters deep appeared. His body was sent high up into the sky like a cannonball. The battle axe swung in a circle in the air. The black surface of the axe carried a streak of battle chi that was 15 meters long. The light on the blade of the axe instantly expanded. A plane appeared in front of Nian Bing's eyes. At the end of the plane, there was a streak of light formed by countless streaks of light. When Halogen's body rose to the highest point in the sky, Nian Bing heard 3 words from his mouth: "Slaying, God, slaying." The moment Halogen leaped into the sky, Xiluin also moved. His body carried a flame-like illusion and suddenly rose up, leaving behind a gorgeous golden-red flame in the sky. He suddenly faced Halogen's attack. Opportunities were always left to those who were prepared. Nian Bing naturally wouldn't let go of the opportunity in front of her. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Halogen's ability, but she really didn't want her simple and honest big brother to suffer any harm. The ice snow goddess dragon almost appeared in the path that Siluan had to pass through when he rose up into the sky. Nianbing instantly cast a forbidden spell. Compared to the first time she cast it, she was now much more relaxed. The golden red flames rushed through the body of the snow goddess dragon without stopping. The rank 11 forbidden spell disappeared in an instant, not even leaving behind ice powder. However, what awaited him wasn't just this forbidden spell. Nianbing's eyes had turned golden. In a short period of time, with the help of the 7 super divine tools, he condensed 5 more forbidden spells. They were of the earth, wind, space, darkness, and light attributes. These 5 forbidden spells required a tremendous amount of energy, especially the final light and darkness spells. When Theron passed through the first few forbidden spells, they had already collided with each other, and the energy they released was several times stronger than before. This attack had already reached the level of a rank 12 God's Descent spell. In other words, the explosion of the 2 extremes of light and darkness had already surpassed the level of a rank 12 God's Descent spell. This was also one of the strongest spells that Nianbing could release at this stage. If it wasn't for the fact that Theron's fire energy was too great, Nianbing would definitely have chosen to combine the fire and ice forbidden spells of the same origin. Unfortunately, the fire energy that Theron obtained after destroying his West Meridian Point was just too great. It was so great that Nianbing couldn't absorb enough magic energy to create a forbidden spell even with the righteous Yang Blade. Therefore, there were only 6 forbidden spells in total. If Theron was still the same as before, these 6 forbidden spells might not have been able to kill him, but it would have been possible to heavily injure him. However, after activating his West Meridian Point, his strength had reached a monstrous level. Even he himself didn't know how strong he was. However, the 6 forbidden spells only slowed down his body for a moment, and the golden red light around him dimmed a little. It didn't stop his momentum from soaring into the sky. Halogen's divinity slaying slash had arrived. Whether it was Nianbing or Halogen, they all believed that this was a sure kill attack for Theron. No matter how strong Theron was after activating his West Meridian Point, he couldn't block the 6 forbidden spells and then fight against Halogen's all-out attack. However, reality was often different from what they imagined. Just as Halogen's battle axe was about to hit Theron, Theron suddenly changed. A silver crystal appeared in front of him and met Halogen's battle axe head-on. The crystal shattered almost instantly. At this moment, Theron, who seemed to be unstoppable, suddenly disappeared. When the golden red light reappeared, he was already 1,500 feet away. Halogen couldn't possibly retract his full-powered attack. Not only did he lock onto Theron when he launched this attack, he didn't hold back at all. When Theron's body suddenly disappeared, he already felt that something was wrong. However, he still didn't hold back. Nianbing didn't stop either. When she realized that Theron had disappeared, she immediately communicated with Oscar. Theron couldn't be allowed to escape. If he escaped, he would definitely attract the attention of the other gods. He might even attract the hatred and revenge of the other gods. Therefore, he had to die. Oscar flapped his wings forcefully and charged forward with Nianbing in tow. He was like a phantom as he chased after Theron. At this moment, the divinity slaying slash had already reached the ground. Nianbing felt a little strange as he hurriedly chased after Theron. Given Shu Luan's immense energy, the sound of him striking the ground should have been unimaginable. However, he still didn't hear any booming sounds from behind him even after he had chased after Shu Luan for over 10,000 feet and was gradually closing the distance between him and Theron. At this moment, he couldn't care less. Killing Theron was the most important thing right now. Lan Chen was in charge of guarding the direction Theron had fled in. Every single one of the female guards had clearly heard the battle between Nianbing and the other 2. They could also feel the enormous energy waves. They were all very nervous. Judging from the intensity of the energy waves, they knew that Nian Bing's opponent wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Lightly flapping the ice phoenix feathers on her back, Frozen Cloud floated there, quietly waiting. In her hand was the ice god staff that the ice goddess priestess had passed down to her. When she saw a golden red dot of light in the distance approaching her at a speed hard to see with the naked eye, she didn't hesitate to chant an incantation. At the same time, she launched her ice goddess domain. The originally calm night sky instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. After Nian Bing had opened her heaven's meridian and trained hard for more than a year, Bing Yan's ice goddess domain had matured. She instantly released her ice goddess domain, and it was much stronger than when she fought against Nian Bing. The area it covered was more than 100 times larger than before. Large snowflakes fell from the sky, and the biting cold wind swirled the snowflakes in the air. The cold feeling made Bing Yan feel very comfortable. Since she was already prepared, the spell she had been charging up for a long time was quickly completed. Among the ice element forbidden spells, the one that was the easiest to control and had the most power was naturally the ice goddess dragon that appeared in the hands of the ice goddess priest and Nian Bing. This spell could be said to be the most cost-effective among all ice element spells. Therefore, when ice element mages reached the level of archmage, they would definitely choose to use this spell whenever they wanted to use a forbidden spell. The golden red light kept expanding. Through her heaven's meridian, Bing Yan could clearly see the appearance of the person approaching. At the same time, she could clearly see that behind the golden red light, Nian Bing was chasing after him with Oscar. They were getting closer and closer to the light. Bing Yan definitely didn't underestimate Theron. Even Nian Bing and Halogen together couldn't stop such a powerful existence. How could she have the confidence to fight against him? She had thought it through very clearly. What she needed to do was to delay this person for a while. As long as she could hold on for a few breaths of time, it would be enough for Nian Bing to catch up. Therefore, she used one of the ice element spells she was most proficient in, Ice Goddess Dragon. Under the effect of the Ice Goddess domain, the power of the Ice Goddess Dragon increased by a lot. The world of ice and snow was filled with snow, concealing the low roar of the Ice Goddess Dragon. Theron could be considered unlucky. If he had chosen the other 3 directions, he wouldn't have expected such strong resistance. Longling's spells were definitely weaker, and she didn't have an innate domain of her own. Even if ice magic could counter fire, it wouldn't be much of a threat to Theron. As for Yu Ruyan and Feng Nu, who were also of the fire element, although they were strong after Theron destroyed his West Meridian, if he encountered them, not only would they have a hard time resisting Theron, he might even absorb a lot of fire energy to replenish himself. Unfortunately, Theron chose the west, the direction Bing Yan was guarding. What welcomed him was the Ice Goddess Dragon that soared up from the Ice Goddess domain. Theron's current situation wasn't as good as he appeared to be. The 6 forbidden spells that Nian Bing released with all her might seemed to be extremely powerful, but only he knew that more than half of the fire elements around his body that he had painstakingly absorbed had been used up after blocking the 6 forbidden spells. His body had already been severely injured by Lin Luan's previous attack. Although he had used the destruction of his West Meridian to increase his strength, the consumption of his body had increased exponentially. Every second that passed, the elemental energy in his body would be drained a little more, and his injuries would worsen a little more. What's more, he didn't manage to completely dodge Lin Luan's Divinity Slayer. As one of Lin Luan's most powerful attacks, the Divinity Slayer might have been deflected by him using a precious space teleportation crystal, but the destructive force produced in that instant had already caused him to suffer a huge injury. His entire arm was broken, and even his fire cloud armor had been shattered into pieces. He had to rely on the condensation of the fire elements around his body to not lose this arm. When he felt that the cold in front of him was causing the battle energy around his body to fluctuate violently, he couldn't help but feel a little desperate. He never expected that there would be an ambush even with the cooperation of Nian Bing and Halogen. As long as this ambush was as strong as they were, he wouldn't stand a chance. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, Theron had no other choice. In order to survive, he could only make a final struggle. With Theron's body as the center, the fiery red wheel of light rapidly expanded to the surroundings. Every time it expanded, Frozen Cloud's ice goddess domain would shrink a little. The surrounding cold was dispelled by the scorching heat. At this moment, Theron unreservedly released the energy that erupted from his west meridian. Lan Chun floated in midair, and the wings on her back flapped gently. She didn't panic at all. Since the enemy was able to break through Nian Bing and Halogen's attacks, he naturally wouldn't be weak. From the beginning, she didn't expect to be stronger than the enemy. Therefore, the moment Theron came into contact with her ice goddess domain, the surrounding snowflakes mixed with large amounts of icicles flew up, and the ever-changing ice scene appeared in front of Theron. Although these illusions couldn't harm or confuse him, they slowed down his progress. At this moment, Nian Bing was still 300 feet away from Theron, but the dark forbidden spell, Death God Scythe, that Nian Bing released had already appeared behind him in silence. With a pincer attack from the front and back, at least on the surface, Theron was completely in a passive position. No matter who it was, they would only have one chance to activate their acupuncture points in their lifetime. Once they activated one of their acupuncture points, not only would it be difficult for them to make any progress in their cultivation in the future, they wouldn't be able to activate their other acupuncture points either. Theron naturally had his reasons for choosing to activate his west meridian. If he had chosen to activate his Lijiang acupuncture point, then even if he managed to escape, he probably wouldn't even have 30% of his strength left. Although activating his west meridian would only allow him to recover up to 50% of his strength, the Xiantian Qi condensed by the west meridian could instantly increase his strength to the maximum. An ear-piercing shriek came from Theron's mouth. His body instantly accelerated, and the milky white brilliance behind his back rose to the limit. Due to the support of the enormous amount of Xiantian Qi from the west meridian acupuncture point, although he was already heavily injured, the Fangjia acupuncture point connected to the west meridian acupuncture point still erupted with the ultimate defensive power. The Death God Scythe clashed against the milky white brilliance without any cost, but the result was that Theron's charging speed increased by a bit. Theron's body also trembled violently. The true ultimate defensive Fangjia acupuncture point naturally couldn't be damaged by a forbidden spell of the 11th step. However, the energy in Theron's body was rapidly depleting. Under the great damage to his vitality, his Fangjia acupuncture point could only protect his body this once. When Lan Qin first started learning magic from the Ice Goddess Priestess, the Ice Goddess Priestess had once taught him that when casting magic, one had to find the best opportunity. Only then could the magic display its best effect. Lan Qin had never forgotten his master's guidance. Therefore, the moment Zilinfang's Jia acupoint clashed with Nian Bing's grim Reaper Scythe, the Ice Goddess dragon that was hidden within the Ice Goddess domain appeared. A resonant dragon roar accompanied by a breath of ice and snow instantly covered Theron's body. Under the violent impact, Theron spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the moment he was blocked by the Ice Goddess domain, he had to be careful at all times. And this Ice Goddess dragon appeared when he was at his weakest. Theron's eyes turned red. For the sake of his last chance of survival, he chose to fight with his life on the line. The fiery red brilliance surrounding his body instantly condensed into a huge flaming blade 5 zhang long. At this moment, Theron's body was completely defenseless. The Xiantian Qi from the west meridian acupuncture point instantly condensed. Without any hesitation, he swung the flaming blade in his hand. In order to avoid being injured by the Xiantian Qi, the flaming blade flew out of his hand with all his strength. Nian Bing saw that Theron was fighting with his life on the line and immediately became anxious. At this moment, the gray breath that Oscar had just spat out was still 300 zhang away from Theron. There was clearly no time left. Right now, he could only hope that Lan Chen's strength was enough to hold on until he arrived. Hidden within the ice goddess domain, not only did the ice and snow not become an obstacle for Lan Chen, but it was also her eyes. Through the ice and snow, she could clearly sense everything around her. The instant that flame blade appeared, Frozen Cloud understood that it was something that her ice goddess dragon couldn't block. So, she used her fastest speed to make the change. Phoenix Shadow 3 split. Bing Yan's originally materialized body suddenly changed, whether it was the wings behind her back or her body. At this moment, everything became illusory. 3 figures appeared at the same time. Her blue eyes instantly turned golden, and the blue wings behind her also emitted a layer of golden light. What did the heavens' acupuncture point bring to the Feng people? What it brought was the ability to instantly achieve any of the 9 phoenix transformations that one could achieve, while skipping the process in the middle. The 4th transformation, Phoenix Shadow, appeared in 3 parts, causing the aura around Bing Yan's body to immediately surge. The surrounding ice and snow instantly froze. Her body disappeared from the ice goddess domain in an instant. Boom! Under Theron's combined attack, the ice goddess dragon and the ice goddess domain were completely turned into ice powder that filled the sky. In the next moment, they were instantly vaporized by the scorching air. Theron's body shot out from the surrounding water vapor like a cannonball. He used the last of his energy to escape into the distance. Because of his sudden increase in speed, Oscar's breath attack behind him had already reached his heart. Although Oscar's speed had increased to the limit, he couldn't catch up to Theron, who had sacrificed his West Meridian acupoint to condense Xiantian Qi in a short period of time, unless his West Meridian acupoint couldn't continue erupting. However, just as Theron's body felt light, and he felt that he had escaped, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Phoenix, Phoenix, wings, 5, colors, motion. A dazzling 5-colored light appeared not far in front of him. The 3 flickering 5-colored light, almost illusory figures, silently floated in midair. A huge mirror appeared in front of the 3 figures. In the mirror, Theron could only see himself. The surrounding air seemed to have frozen, and his body became abnormally slow. Although all of this was relative, he could only watch as he crashed into the mirror. The deep chanting of incantations didn't stop when the 3 5-colored figures appeared. The 3 figures were chanting different incantations at the same time. If one listened carefully, the incantations they were chanting were so seamless that the 3 voices didn't seem to stop at all. At this moment, the huge mirror had already become Theron's nightmare. Pure maiden of ice, the one who understands the principle of surging waves, the beautiful empress, the azure pole of ice. My great ally, follow the sacred contract of blood. The beginning of my bloodline is the beginning, and the end of my bloodline is the end. Respond to my summons and freeze all the enemies in front of me. The world of ice appears in the eternal world. Forbidden, eternal crack, frozen wave. The 3 figures were chanting incantations at the same time, but the chanting time was only 1/3 of the original. As for Bing Yan, she had been cultivating ice magic since she was a child. Her chanting speed was much faster than that of ordinary magicians. Under the influence of her ice phoenix bloodline, a forbidden spell only took her 3 breaths of time to complete. The fire cloud armor. Theron felt the energy from the West Meridian rapidly decreasing, and the fire elements around his body were gradually disappearing. He knew that the only thing he could rely on now was the fire cloud armor on his body. His forward momentum didn't change, but his body quickly twisted and shrunk out of the fire cloud armor like a snake shedding its skin. Go! The fire cloud armor rushed towards the huge mirror like a meteorite, while Theron's body followed behind the mirror and rushed over like lightning. He had already used the last of his trump cards. Just as the fire cloud armor was about to hit the huge mirror, something strange happened. The huge mirror suddenly stopped reflecting light, and a blue light with a diameter of 15 feet shot out. The light shone brightly and instantly engulfed the fire cloud armor in front of it. At the same time, it hit Theron, who was wrapped in the protective energy emitted by the Fangjia acupoint. With Lan Chen's strength, the density of 2 forbidden incantations shouldn't be able to be so fast. However, with the addition of the 5th Phoenix transformation, her speed of condensing and releasing magic elements greatly increased. At this moment, it was as if 3 archmages were attacking Theron at the same time, and Lan Chen was in control of the situation. Ice was the natural enemy of fire. Compared to the ice snow goddess dragon, Lan Chen's ice forbidden incantation was much stronger, but it was much weaker in terms of flexibility and control. However, Theron didn't have any more space crystals that could allow him to teleport. After being exhausted by so many masters, he couldn't use his powerful fire element fighting spirit to launch an effective attack against Lan Chen. Without Theron's control, the fire cloud armor might be a divine artifact, but it couldn't display its full power at this moment. It fell to the ground while being frozen. That changing blue light pillar only paused for a moment before it accurately hit Theron's body. Theron screamed in horror as his body fell from the sky. The last defense of the Fangjia acupoint collapsed instantly. The Xiantian Qi that the West Meridian acupoint absorbed had also reached its limit. The ice elements in the air disappeared, and Lan Chen's face was a little pale. Her ice snow goddess domain was broken, and she used the Feng people's 5th transformation to forcefully launch a forbidden incantation. Her body had almost reached its limit. The 3 figures merged back into one, and the ice wings on her back spread out. Controlling her body to float in the air, she watched as Theron's body fell to the ground. At this moment, Nian Bing was about 100 feet away from the place where Theron and Lan Chen were fighting. At this moment, Theron, who was falling from the sky, displayed a tenacious vitality like a cockroach. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the ice world that sealed his body after breaking the defense of the Fangjia acupoint shattered instantly. His falling body suddenly slowed down, and a ball-shaped red crystal appeared in his hand. A scorching aura was emitted from the crystal. It wrapped around his body. Theron, who was full of vitality, absorbed the energy provided by the crystal with all his might. His falling body suddenly tilted and rushed towards Lan Chen, who had revealed her original appearance in the air. His speed was so fast that it seemed to be even faster than before. At the same time, the red crystal in his hand turned into fine powder and scattered in the air, fusing with the flames that reappeared around his body. Lan Chen originally thought that Theron had lost his ability to resist. Moreover, casting 2 forbidden incantations in a row had put a burden on her body, so she was absorbing the ice elements in the air to recover. But now that Theron suddenly rushed towards her, she didn't have any good way to block him. She barely managed to condense a large amount of ice cones and threw them towards Theron. After all, she wasn't Yanbing. Without the support of an incantation, she couldn't use powerful magic. Theron clearly saw this point. The ice cones melted into water in the fire battle chi and floated down from his body. In the instant before Nianbing arrived, he had already arrived behind Lan Chen. The scorching light of the flames enveloped him and Lan Chen. He no longer had the ability to fly. He grabbed Lan Chen's shoulder with one hand and grabbed her throat with the other. With the wings on Lan Chen's back, he barely managed to stop himself from falling. At this moment, Theron's eyes were filled with an ominous glint. He watched as Nianbing, who was riding on Oscar's back, quickly approached him. Nianbing was originally overjoyed when he saw Theron being shot down by Lan Chen's forbidden incantation, but the sudden change made his excitement turn into fear. If Theron was most afraid of death, then Nianbing was most afraid of his loved ones and friends being hurt. He hurriedly sent a message to Oscar. The huge golden-gray dragon wings spread out. After a short moment of standing upright and slowing down, Oscar stopped 30 meters away from Lan Chen and Theron. Nian Bing looked at Theron coldly and said in a deep voice, "Let her go." He would rather let Theron leave alive than see his beloved wife get hurt. Theron was gasping for breath. Theron was wearing the red armor. Other than the fire cloud armor, he was also wearing a red warrior's robe. At this moment, the robe had become extremely tattered. Fresh blood was seeping out of his 7 orifices. The face that was revealed from behind Bing Yun's back looked extremely ferocious. Although he was almost at the end of his life, it wasn't easy for him to kill Bing Yun, who was under his control. Apart from the ferocious glint in his eyes, there was only intense hatred. He had been forced into such a state by Nian Bing and the others, and his thousands of years of cultivation had been greatly damaged. How could he not feel hatred? Even if he could leave this place alive, it would be difficult for him to even reach the demigod level, let alone recover his god-tier strength. Without the West Meridian acupoint, the Fangjia acupoint was equivalent to being paralyzed. Intense pain was constantly coming from his lower abdomen. Everything in front of him became a little hazy. Let her go? Kid, are you dreaming? Not bad at all. You can drag such a beauty down with you before you die. Theron's cold voice was heard. He tightened his grip on Lan Chen's throat. Lan Chen's face instantly turned pale. The demonic energy in her body had been temporarily sealed when Theron grabbed her throat. She was completely in a state of being robbed. She kept giving Nian Bing looks, telling him not to worry about her and to kill Theron first. However, how could Nian Bing not be afraid of her life? Killing Theron was important, but Lan Chen's life was more important. Let her go and I'll let you go. I won't stop you. Nian Bing flipped his trump card. In fact, it wasn't just Theron who was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Nian Bing wasn't in a good state either. Previously, he had released his domain and 6 forbidden spells consecutively. Although most of them were triggered by his powerful spiritual force, it was still a huge burden on him. The demonic energy in his body had been greatly weakened, and his spiritual force had also been depleted. After all, magic was different from battle aura. Even a god-tier magician would find it difficult to release 6 forbidden spells in an instant. If Nian Bing hadn't opened the Huangji acupoint in his Tianyan acupoint, the situation would have been much better. However, his current situation wasn't optimistic, especially after releasing the Grim Reaper's scythe. Let me go? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Why should I believe you? I'm afraid that as soon as I let her go, your attack will arrive. Theron looked at Nian Bing with a mocking gaze. As a selfish, god-tier magician, in his mind, no one could be trusted. Chapter 201. However, after hearing Nian Bing's words, Theron understood the importance of the beauty in his hands to this powerful magus. He saw a glimmer of hope and loosened his grip on Lan Chen's throat. He said coldly, "Girl, use your wings to take me away. Do you hear me? Hurry up. Kid, if you dare to chase after me, I'll take her down with me." Nian Bing couldn't help but feel a little flustered. If Lan Chen was taken away by Theron, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if she didn't agree, Theron would probably kill her Chin immediately. Just as Nian Bing was hesitating, he suddenly saw the silver between Lan Chen's eyebrows. Hope reignited in his heart, and he immediately thought of an idea. "All right, Theron, I'll let Chin take you away. However, you have to promise me that you won't hurt her. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I have to chase you all the way to the continent of gods." Nian Bing's voice was stern, and she glared at Theron as if she wanted to eat him alive. Theron's heart relaxed a lot when he saw her like this. Nian Bing's fierce appearance clearly told him that he had made the right choice. Unfortunately, Theron was behind Lan Chen. He couldn't see the silver up between Lan Chen's eyebrows, which represented the heavens' eye acupoint. It dyed Lan Chen's eyes silver as well. The wings on Lan Chen's back unfolded and flapped as he flew towards the west. Just when Theron thought that he had succeeded and relaxed a little, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if his brain was being pricked by a needle. He loosened his grip on Lan Chen's neck and shoulder. Lan Chen's body flickered like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he was already more than 10 feet away. Seeing Theron's body falling down, countless icicles shot out. Nian Bing's movements were faster than Lan Chen's. The moment her body separated from Theron's, several corrosive black shadows shot out like lightning. Theron's body instantly disintegrated in midair, and his limbs emitted a layer of dark green light. It melted quickly with a popping sound, and when the icicle arrived, it was already melting. When the icicles reached him, they only hit a pair of green liquid. The 13th level Theron was finally destroyed. Nian Bing's body flashed. He hugged her tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear immediately. Lan Chen could clearly feel Nian Bing's intense heartbeat. She hugged him back. Although it was just a short moment, it felt like a century to them. As it turned out, when Nian Bing saw the heaven's eye acupoint between Lan Chen's eyebrows, she immediately thought of a mental attack. Under normal circumstances, Lan Chen's heaven's eye acupoint, a mental attack wouldn't cause any damage to Theron. Instead, the one who would be injured would be Lan Chen. However, the situation just now was different. After receiving the full force attacks from Nian Bing, Halogen, and Lan Chen, Theron was already extremely weak. He barely managed to threaten Nian Bing and Lan Chen by relying on his will to survive. Lan Chen's heavens eye acupoint naturally couldn't achieve a physical mental attack, but mental attacks were still possible. Nian Bing threatened Theron sternly. Through his soul transmission, he had taught Lan Chen how to use his mental attack. That was how he had managed to break free from Theron's control in one fell swoop, causing him to perish under Nian Bing's rank 9 dark, corrosive spell. Nian Bing gently stroked Lan Chen's dark green hair, comforting him. "Good boy, it's all right now. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's all my fault. I didn't stop him and almost harmed you." Lan Chen laughed. "It's not me who's afraid, it's you who's afraid. This guy is really powerful. He could still counterattack after receiving 2 of my forbidden spells. No wonder you're so afraid of the gods." Nian Bing sighed softly and said, "This Theron is only a second-rate, godly being. There are others who are stronger than him. Let's go back and take a look. He dodged Halogen's attack just now and landed on the ground. I don't know how he is now." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the fire shadow puppet soul of the Zhangyang saber floated out. The fire elements melted the ice outside the fire cloud armor, and the fire shadow puppet transformed into Theron's size. After putting on the fire cloud armor, Nian Bing brought Lan Chen back to Oscar's back and flew back in the direction they came from. At the same time, in order to not be naked when the scales on his body disappeared, he didn't merge with Oscar's body. Instead, he removed the protection of the scales and put on a new set of clothes. Only then did he let Oscar carry him and Bingyan back. When Nian Bing and Lan Chen returned to the place where he and Halogen fought with Theron, Feng Nu, Yurian, and Longling had already rushed over. Even Mu Jing had arrived with her experts. Halogen was sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Except for Halogen, everyone else was stunned by what happened on the ground. What Nian Bing saw was a huge canyon. Through her heaven's eye acupoint, she could tell that the canyon was about 15 feet wide and 300 feet deep. It stretched for thousands of feet. There was no dust, and the pitch-black canyon was like a huge mouth that swallowed everything in its path. The Divinity Slayer, Halogen's Divinity Slayer, was actually so powerful. Mu Jing was the most shocked because she was very familiar with the geography of this place. On the surface, it looked like a fertile plain. However, below 100 feet underground, it was made up of all kinds of hard and complicated rocks. Halogen had already returned to his original dwarf appearance. Mu Jing didn't recognize him, but this unbelievable scene shocked her deeply. Was this something that could be done by human strength? She felt lucky. If it wasn't for Nian Bing's suggestion, this huge canyon would have appeared in the capital of the Lang Mu Empire, Maplewood City. It would have been more than just panic. However, even such a powerful attack hadn't been able to destroy Theron. The terrifying power of the gods was deeply imprinted in Mu Jing's mind. She couldn't help but feel a deep sense of lingering fear for her past actions. Nian Bing appeared on Oscar's back. Mu Jing and her subordinates were also greatly shocked. What was that? A huge gray dragon? That definitely wasn't something that an ordinary earth dragon could compare to. That was a real dragon. Everyone's jaws dropped as they watched Nian Bing and Lan Qin descend on the huge dragon like gods. After all, the scene before their eyes was far too shocking. With a flicker of gray light, Oscar's soul returned to Nian Bing's body, while Nian Bing landed beside Halogen. A gentle white light enveloped Halogen's body, healing his wounds. What a powerful divinity slayer! Nian Bing was also shocked when she saw the canyon in front of her. She knew that if the divinity slayer had struck Theron with his West Meridian acupoint activated, it would have been hard to say whether he would have been able to keep his life, let alone escape. This was the first time Nian Bing had seen Halogen's sudden burst of tyrannical power. He could faintly sense that this attack had already surpassed the 13th step. Under the effect of Nian Bing's light magic, the divinity slayer's body was completely destroyed. Si Luan raised his mouth and stood up shakily. His dwarf divine armor shook slightly, shaking off the dust on his body. He asked what happened to that guy. Nian Bing said he's already been killed. I didn't think that a 13th step god would be able to cause us so much trouble. This Theron is much stronger than I imagined. If he hadn't been so determined to escape, we would have been able to kill him. If he hadn't escaped, he would have been heavily injured by us. Even if we had killed him, we would have been seriously injured. His judgment was correct. At their level, the battle intent in one's heart could play a decisive role in a battle. Theron had been suppressed by Nian Bing's mental pressure from the moment he appeared. He had overestimated Nian Bing's strength. Due to the fear in his heart, he hadn't been able to display his full strength. Even so, he had still caused so much trouble for Nian Bing and Halogen. In the end, he had almost escaped by using Lan Qin as a hostage. After this battle, Nian Bing couldn't help but reevaluate the strength of gods. Theron had already been eliminated, and Halogen was safe. Nian Bing couldn't help but feel relieved. Her body swayed slightly. Lan Qin hurriedly supported her. Nian Bing shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just consumed a bit of energy. Jing, I have already done what I promised you. When you go back, you have to watch your subordinates' mouths. Don't leak out the fact that a god once came to your Lang Mu Empire and attract other gods. Mu Jing walked a few steps to Nian Bing and asked with concern, Brother, are you all right? I didn't expect this Theron to be so powerful. Go back and rest for a while. Nian Bing nodded and said, Big Brother Halogen, this fire cloud armor belonged to your race. Now, it has returned to its rightful owner. The fire shadow puppet came to Halogen. With a flash of light, it disappeared into Nian Bing's body. The slightly damaged fire cloud armor appeared in front of Halogen. Halogen stroked the scalding armor. His eyes were a little moist. He recalled the story of his ancestors creating 12 divine artifacts. Now that he had gotten this armor back, it proved that the legend was true. He took a deep look at Nian Bing. There was no need for thanks between brothers. With a wave of his hand, the black crystal on the chest of the dwarf divine armor lit up and kept the fire cloud armor. Everyone returned to the campsite. At this moment, the members of the Lang Mu Empire's diplomatic mission looked at Nian Bing and Halogen differently. There was fear and respect. Although they killed Theron, Nianbing and Halogen were exhausted. Once they returned to the campsite, Feng Nu and the others helped them into the carriage and began to cultivate to recover. Feng Nu and the others stood guard outside the carriage for them. Lan Chen briefly explained the process of killing Theron. "You ruin." Feng Nu and the others were shocked. Although Nianbing had mentioned the gods to Yuruyan, this time she truly understood the power of the gods. At the same time, she also understood why Nianbing wanted to maintain peace in the Four Nations Conference. Sitting cross-legged in the carriage, Nianbing's light ball, which was formed by magic power, was rotating rapidly. It absorbed all kinds of magic elements in the air to replenish itself. The life ball and death ball in his body were the purest Xiantian qi. Although he couldn't use the Li Zhong acupoint, the speed of condensing magic elements was much faster than ordinary magicians. The magic power that he lost was quickly replenished. At the same time, the golden ball formed by the fusion of his Tianyan acupoint and Huang Ji acupoint consumed his spiritual power very quickly. However, the recovery speed was also very fast. The feeling of weakness disappeared 2 hours after he started cultivating. Although Nianbing had been cultivating every day for the past few days, he obviously didn't spend as much time as he did on the godly continent because there were too many things to do. However, he realized that the Xiantian qi on the Yangon continent was much more abundant than on the godly continent. It was also much gentler. After absorbing it into his body, he only needed to go through a simple filtering process. After his spiritual power gradually recovered, Nianbing was surprised to find that the Xiantian qi in his body was a bit strange. Ever since he had the death ball and the life ball, whenever he absorbed Xiantian qi, it would condense around the life ball and form a faint white halo. It was like the life ball was protecting the death ball. Because Nianbing had the life ball, it was very easy for him to communicate with the magic elements in the outside world. So these days, Nianbing didn't purposely try to cultivate Xiantian qi. At this time, the Xiantian qi in his body was gradually increasing. It actually left the life ball's range and formed a small white whirlpool. It was spinning rapidly 3 inches below the life ball. Nianbing could clearly feel that after this white whirlpool appeared, the top of his head and tailbone became very cool. The Xiantian qi that had almost solidified and compressed Xiantian qi entered his body from these 2 places. His cultivation speed was much faster than usual. Just when he didn't understand what was going on, the white whirlpool began to move downward, and the whirlpool itself was spinning faster and faster. Nianbing didn't even need to try to control it. The Xiantian qi in his body was already abnormally abundant. The green life ball emitted a layer of life energy that fused with the white whirlpool. The green light turned into a green dot and shot directly into the center of the whirlpool. After it entered, the white whirlpool stopped for a moment. Then its spinning speed suddenly increased by 3 times, and the top of his head and tailbone became even colder. At this moment, Nianbing suddenly understood. He thought back to the time when he absorbed the essence of the stars and moon. The pure Xiantian qi coming from the top of his head and tailbone should be the essence of heaven and earth. Looking at the direction the whirlpool was going, he was overjoyed. He immediately opened up his body and threw away all his worries, allowing his body to absorb the Xiantian qi better. 3 inches below his belly button was the destination of the whirlpool, and that was also the location of the West Meridian Point. Actually, the death ball and life ball that Nianbing absorbed on the godly continent were the most powerful energy of heaven and earth. They were also the 2 most extreme types of energy. Either one of them was far stronger than the ultimate West Meridian Point. However, because these 2 types of energy were too powerful, Nianbing couldn't really use them at all. Under the combined efforts of Cao and Tianxiang, these 2 extremely concentrated energy balls could be said to be the seeds that they planted in Nianbing's body. Life and death were in a delicate state of balance in Nianbing's body. They wouldn't be used by Nianbing, nor would they harm his body. The existence of these two energy balls also allowed Nianbing to resonate with the pure Xiantian qi of heaven and earth. After waking up on the godly continent, he cultivated for another half a year. This half a year wasn't wasted. Not only did his magic power increase, but his Xiantian qi also underwent a qualitative change. If it wasn't for the fact that Nianbing deliberately didn't cultivate his Xiantian qi, his West Meridian point would have been open long ago. Today, when Theron activated his West Meridian point, an invisible wave of Xiantian qi was produced. This wave of Xiantian qi infected Nianbing's body. To be more precise, it infected the Xiantian qi in his body. After he killed Theron, his Xiantian qi miraculously connected with the essence of heaven and earth under the influence of this wave of Xiantian qi, pushing him to another level. When the strange whirlpool reached Nianbing's abdomen, the tip of the whirlpool stopped 3 inches below his navel. Nianbing's body trembled violently. Right at the tip of the whirlpool, he clearly felt like something had broken. Immediately after, the white whirlpool began to violently compress. His lower abdomen was filled with a swelling pain, and his body felt like it was about to explode. After going through so many cycles of pain, this kind of pain was nothing to Nianbing. He watched as the white stream of Xiantian qi continued to condense in his lower abdomen. At this moment, he suddenly felt his mind clear up. A golden light floated down from the sky eye and ultimate emperor aperture, and directly enveloped the milky white Xiantian qi that was being compressed. The swelling pain disappeared, and Nianbing watched as the milky white light quickly shrunk under the light of the Jindan. After a while, it condensed into a white ring of light 3 inches below his navel, and in the middle of the ring of light was black. Like a bottomless abyss, the Xiantian qi he had absorbed surged into the black hole and disappeared. Nianbing realized that the aura around his body was completely different. He could feel every trace of Xiantian qi in the air, and these Xiantian qi seemed to be revolving around the West Meridian acupoint that he had just opened. Under the influence of these Xiantian qi, the 7 magic elements were neatly distributed around his body, as if they were waiting for his call. West Meridian acupoint, it was indeed the West Meridian acupoint that could attract Xiantian qi. Although he couldn't explain why, Nianbing could feel that his West Meridian acupoint wasn't in the early stage, as it should have been when he had just opened it. Instead, it had directly entered the middle stage. Nianbing could clearly see the energy fluctuations when Theron used his West Meridian acupoint to control the Xiantian qi around him. He realized that his West Meridian acupoint's ability to control the condensation, contraction, and release of Xiantian qi wasn't any worse than Theron's. Reaching the middle stage right after opening one acupoint meant that he could save a lot of time in the future. But why? That's right. It was the fusion of his sky eye and ultimate emperor aperture. That must be it. Under the golden light, the West Meridian acupoint changed in an instant. He didn't even have to go through the painful process. The Tianyan acupoint and the Huang Ji acupoint must have changed during the process of fusion. If he could reach the middle stage of every acupoint he opened in the future, although he couldn't use the power of the Tianyan acupoint, it would still be very beneficial. Thinking of this, Nianbing felt the Xiantian qi in his chest surging. He couldn't help but let out a long roar. The sound waves rolled up, and all the meridians in his body seemed to become active. Even his blood was boiling. The long roar lasted for the time it took to eat a meal before stopping. When Nianbing opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that he was sitting on the ground. The luxurious carriage was now in pieces. Was it Halogen, Yuruyan, or Mu Jing and her subordinates? At this moment, they were all standing in the distance, looking at him as if he were a monster. Nianbing lowered his head and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his clothes were still there. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself. With a thought, he stood up. Feeling the neatly arranged magic elements in the air and the abundant Xiantian qi, He knew that his strength had increased again. Don't look at me like that, okay? I'm not a monster. Nian Bing couldn't help but find it funny when he saw that everyone was still staring at him. As he spoke, he moved his feet and arrived in front of everyone. His strong body, powerful magic, and spiritual power that even he didn't know what level he was at had molded him into a true powerhouse. Halogen muttered, "You still say you're not a monster. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have disintegrated like that carriage." Nian Bing couldn't help but laugh. "I'm still not that strong. Brother, do you think I don't know how strong your body is?" With his west meridian open, he was in a good mood. Everything around him seemed to have become more beautiful than before. At this moment, he discovered that the end of the canyon halogen had created last night had extended all the way to the area where the diplomatic mission was stationed. Fortunately, its power was much weaker now. Mu Jing walked up to Nian Bing. "Brother, are you really not going to go to Maplewood City with me?" Nian Bing nodded. "I've already done what I promised you. Jing, you have to take care of yourself. Remember my promise to you." Mu Jing sighed softly. "It's fine if you don't go. Once we're in Maplewood City, everything will be out of my control. Brother, you and sisters-in-law take care of yourselves. I wish you all a safe journey." Although her heart was surging with emotions, she didn't reveal too much. Was her relationship with Nian Bing really just that of a sibling? Only she knew this. However, no matter what she thought, she didn't want to make things difficult for Nian Bing. In her heart, Nian Bing's position was already incomparable. What could be more important than a person who was truly good to her, even if he only saw her as a sister? Mu Jing left with her diplomatic group. The sad look in her eyes before she left couldn't be hidden from Nian Bing's eyes. Naturally, it couldn't be hidden from Feng Nu and the others. However, Feng Nu and Yurian were clearly in low spirits. No one said anything, only watching Mu Jing's convoy leave in silence. "Mother, are you worried?" Nian Bing walked to Yurian's side and stood still. Yurian sighed softly. "Although Feng Nu and I have never thought of leaving the Feng people, will our actions be approved by our clansmen? Will they still accept us?" "Why not?" "Mother, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. Perhaps it's because you're in the situation that you don't understand." Yurian stared blankly. "What's the matter? Tell me." Nian Bing smiled slightly, held Feng Nu's hand and said, "Mother, have you ever thought about it? If your clansmen really don't recognize you or hate you, then can you still reunite with your own daughter? Feng Nu, let me ask you, how do the Feng people's elders treat you? How much do they value you?" Feng Nu said, "The elders treat me very well. Every elder in the clan is very good to me. They unreservedly taught me the Feng people's unique skills. Moreover, they even recognized me as the phoenix of hope in the clan competition. I haven't forgotten the elders' kindness in raising me. This is also the reason why I didn't dare to accept your feelings, and the reason why I have to go back now." Nian Bing nodded and said, "That's enough. Mother, don't you understand? If the elders hadn't forgiven you, I'm afraid Feng Nu would have died long ago. They treat Feng Nu so well, which proves that these elders have never forgotten you. They also didn't treat Feng Nu badly because she is your daughter with a human. The Phoenix of Hope should have a very high status in the Feng people. Feng Nu can become the Phoenix of Hope, which proves that the Feng people's elders have already forgiven you. Everything they did for Feng Nu proves that they are kind. If you and Feng Nu can return in a time of danger, they will only be happy and selfish. Why would they make things difficult for you? Even if they really expelled you from the Feng people, in order to help your clansmen, wouldn't you secretly take action? Therefore, you don't have to worry about anything now. I believe that those elders are not unreasonable people." After listening to Nian Bing's words, Yurian's originally somewhat dim eyes suddenly brightened. That's right. If the elders hadn't forgiven her, how could they let her daughter become the Phoenix of Hope? Nian Bing glanced at Lan Qin, who was not far away, and said, "The one who needs to worry now is Qin Qin. Originally, I believed that you and Feng Nu's strength should be enough to deal with everything. However, I heard from Feng Nu that Qin Qin's Ice Phoenix will have a great impact on the Feng people's ceremony this time. Therefore, I must go with you." Lan Qin was also the main person that Yu Ruyan was worried about. Looking at Nian Bing's determined gaze, Yu Ruyan finally revealed a trace of a smile. "Nian Bing, it seems that my daughters were right to choose first." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Of course, I will always protect them." "All right, mother, we should also be on our way. The earlier we arrive at the Feng people, the more time we have to prepare." Without the burden of the diplomatic mission, everyone resumed their journey. Nian Bing relied on wind magic to carry Halogen, and Feng Nu supported Longling. The group of 6 headed towards the northwest of the Longmu Empire. Flying was naturally much faster than hurrying. In a short 2 days, they were already close to their destination. In the distance, a large expanse of dense forest appeared below them. Even the air was clearly much fresher. Nian Bing's group of 6 could be said to be the strongest group in the Yangon continent. Lan Qin, who was close to becoming a divine master, Ice Magus Longling, Yu Ruyan, and Feng Nu, who were infinitely close to becoming a divine master, Dwarf Warrior Halogen, who was close to becoming a divine master, and Icefire Magus Nian Bing, who was close to becoming a divine master. What a powerful group this was. On the way, Nian Bing joked that if everyone formed an adventuring group, perhaps all the mercenary groups in the Yangon continent would lose their jobs. Just as they were about to reach the edge of the firewood forest, Yu Ruyan said, "Let's go down." Longling strangely asked, "Auntie, why don't we fly directly to the Feng people's habitat? This forest has not been cultivated. I'm afraid it will delay us." Yu Ruyan gently smiled and said, "This is out of respect for our people. In our phoenixes, as long as a corps member has the royal feathers, they can use their wings to fly. However, no one has ever flown in the sky above our forest. That will be seen as an act of blasphemy against our ancestors." Everyone landed on the ground at the edge of the firewood forest. Yu Ruyan said, "Nian Bing, if my clansmen make things difficult for you after you meet them, I hope you can endure as much as possible. Just consider it as doing this for Feng Nu and Qin Qin, okay?" She had already seen how powerful Nian Bing was. If the Feng people's clansmen provoked him, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop him. That was why she gave Nian Bing a heads-up in advance. Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. For your sake, I won't argue with the Feng people. I am no longer that little child from back then." Looking at Yu Ruyan's beautiful face that never seemed to age, he couldn't help but recall the first time he met her and Lan Qin. His heart was filled with warmth. With the help of Nian Bing's longevity blade, Halogen turned back into an ordinary human. Hearing this, he said, "My clan's ancient records have recorded that the Feng people's ancestor, the Phoenix, should have appeared on the lost continent. It also died during the Great War of the Gods. The Feng people are a peace-loving clan, but at the same time, they are also a very xenophobic clan. Nian Bing, I'm afraid our journey won't be smooth." Nian Bing faintly smiled and said, "I can still not retaliate when hit or scolded. Big brother, just endure with me." Halogen nodded and said, "That's the only way. Then we can start our journey." After Halogen followed Nian Bing to the Yangon continent. Although he came into contact with many humans, he never spoke to them. Even Lan Qin and the others were no exception. If Nian Bing didn't speak, he would always silently follow beside Nian Bing. If it wasn't for his earth-shattering attack that day, perhaps Yu Ruyan and the others wouldn't be able to see through his true identity. After knowing that Halogen was a dwarf and seeing his strength, Yu Ruyan understood that this dwarf sage was far above hers. She was very respectful towards him throughout the journey.